The ocean doesn't erase, it archives. Beneath every wave lies a ledger of vessels that never returned, names etched in water, timbers swallowed by silence, last coordinates that no longer lead anywhere. Some vanished beneath storms that gave no warning. Others reappeared with no crew aboard, meals half-eaten, clocks still ticking. A few were never found at all, just rumors of wreckage and whispers on the wind. These aren't ghost stories, they're navigation logs, eyewitness reports, government memos. Every chapter in what follows comes from documented history, but each ends in something no one can explain. So dim the lights, let your mind drift, and whisper in the comments. Where are you now, and what time glows back at you? Each story you're about to hear once belonged to a moment lost to time, leaving behind only speculation and the haunting possibility that some secrets are meant to remain forever beyond our reach. The ship appeared through Arctic mist, like a cathedral built from ice itself, 3 masts reaching toward grey sky, her hull coated in frost, so thick it had erased the sharp edges of reality. When the whaling vessel Herald spotted her drifting off Greenland in 1775, something felt wrong immediately. Ships didn't survive 14 years in these waters. Ships didn't emerge from pack ice intact, moving silent with the current like monuments returning from the dead. The name Octavius was barely visible beneath layers of accumulated ice. Her sails hung motionless, frozen mid-flutter, as if time had stopped while she was still sailing. No smoke rose from her chimney. No watch stood on her deck. She was a vessel suspended between the world of the living and something else entirely. What transforms a merchant ship into a floating tomb that drifts through polar night for over a decade? The answer began in 1762 when Captain Hendrik van der Heyden made a choice that would seal his ship's fate forever. The Octavius had completed her voyage to China successfully, holds packed with tea, silk and porcelain that would bring fortune in English markets. The normal route home meant sailing around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, a journey of months through waters thick with pirates and political tensions. But van der Heyden had heard whispers of something different. The Northwest Passage, a mythical Arctic route that could slice weeks from the return voyage and make him the first captain to successfully navigate the legendary shortcut between Pacific and Atlantic. English explorers had been dying in pursuit of this passage for generations, spending royal treasuries and noble lives on ice that showed no mercy. Van der Heyden believed he could succeed where others had failed. The Herald's crew approached the derelict vessel with the caution of men who understood Arctic waters. Ice claimed ships regularly, but rarely left them floating intact. When they climbed aboard, their boots echoed against frozen planks with sounds that seemed too loud in the absolute silence. The air itself felt different, thicker, as if it held more than just cold. Below deck, they discovered something that would reshape their understanding of what the sea could preserve. The crew of the Octavius remained exactly where death had found them. A cook hunched over half-prepared vegetables, knife still gripped in fingers that had turned to ice. Sailors lay in hammocks, blankets pulled tight against cold that had never retreated. In the captain's quarters, van der Heyden sat at his writing desk, quill pen frozen to his hand, the final entry in his logbook incomplete. The Arctic had transformed the entire vessel into a museum of the moment when hope died. The Herald men found the ship's log and read entries that grew shorter and more desperate as weeks turned to months. Van der Heyden had indeed attempted the Northwest Passage, pushing deeper into uncharted waters as winter approached with the confidence of a man who believed skill could overcome nature. September entries spoke of ice forming along the bow, progress slowing, but spirits still high. October brought the first mentions of being trapped, of ice too thick to break, of waiting for spring thaws that never came. November entries were sparse, desperate, written by hands growing too numb to hold pens steady. The final entry stopped mid-sentence. The ice has... That was where Captain van der Heyden's hand had frozen, where his story ended, where time itself had crystallized around his final thoughts. The Herald crew gathered what evidence they could and fled the frozen vessel as quickly as their shaking hands would allow. These were experienced whalers, men accustomed to death and danger, but something about the Octavius disturbed them in ways they couldn't articulate. Years later, they would still wake from dreams of perfectly preserved faces staring through cabin windows, of frozen hands that seemed to move when nobody was watching. Within hours of their departure, fog rolled across the water like a curtain being drawn. When it cleared, the Octavius had vanished again, returned to whatever realm had held her for 13 years. Arctic preservation is not merely legend. Modern scientists have found remarkably intact human remains from failed polar expeditions, bodies frozen for over a century, yet appearing as fresh as if death had occurred yesterday. The cold doesn't just kill in these latitudes, it preserves everything, creates time capsules of final moments that can drift for decades. If the Octavius truly existed, she represents something more haunting than simple maritime disaster. She embodies the price of pushing beyond mapped boundaries, of choosing ambition over survival in places that were never meant for human passage. Some sailors still claim the ghost ship appears during the worst Arctic storms, her frozen crew visible through ice-covered windows, a warning to vessels attempting passages that should remain unattempted. Others dismiss the story as collective maritime mythology, born from the fears of men facing waters that could freeze their blood solid. Perhaps this is true. The Octavius represents our deepest fear, the moment when there's no way forward and no way back, when we realize we've ventured too far into territories that observe different rules than the world we understand. The Arctic remembers everything it touches, and sometimes, after years of silence, it returns what it has taken, changed into something that challenges our assumptions about what's possible on the edge of the known world. The distress call crackled through the wireless for 17 minutes, growing weaker with each transmission until only static filled the airwaves. Then nothing. The SS Valencia had found her voice too late, screaming into the Pacific darkness as waves tore her apart against the rocks of Vancouver Island's unforgiving coast. What made this particular disaster so haunting wasn't just the loss of life, but what came after. The lifeboats that kept appearing years later, empty and weathered, drifting along shorelines where no survivors remained to claim them. January 1906 was a month when the Pacific showed no mercy. The Valencia, a 264-foot steamship built for the reliable coastal run between San Francisco and Seattle, had made this journey dozens of times without incident. She wasn't glamorous like the ocean liners that crossed the Atlantic, but she was dependable, a workhorse that carried passengers and cargo through the coastal waters that connected America's growing West Coast cities. Captain Oscar Johnson had commanded vessels in these waters for over 20 years. He knew the treacherous reputation of the graveyard of the Pacific. Where the Juan de Fuca Strait meets the open ocean in a maze of hidden reefs and sudden weather changes. Still, when the Valencia departed San Francisco on January 20th with 108 souls aboard, nothing suggested this voyage would be different from any other. The weather turned ugly almost immediately. Heavy seas and driving rain reduced visibility to almost nothing, forcing Johnson to navigate by compass and dead reckoning. In 1906, ships carried no radar, no GPS, no radio beacons to guide them through the coastal darkness. Captains relied on experience, intuition, and prayer. As the Valencia fought through mounting seas, Thick fog rolled in from the Pacific like a living thing, swallowing the ship whole. Johnson believed he was still safely offshore when disaster struck. The ship's hull scraped against submerged rocks with a sound like breaking bones, then tore open as the Valencia drove herself deeper onto the reef. What happened next revealed both the best and worst of human nature under extreme duress. Water flooded the lower decks within minutes, but the Valencia's upper structure remained above the surface, giving passengers and crew a temporary refuge that would become a trap. The ship had lifeboats, but launching them in the raging surf proved nearly impossible. Several boats capsized immediately upon hitting the water, spilling their occupants into seas so violent that even strong swimmers had no chance. Those who remained aboard faced an agonizing choice: stay with the ship and hope for rescue, or risk the boats and almost certain death in the surf. Some lifeboats did manage to get away from the wreck, disappearing into the stormy darkness. Survivors later reported hearing voices calling from the water long after the boats had vanished, cries that gradually faded into the sounds of wind and waves. Whether those boats reached safety or were swallowed by the Pacific remained unknown for days. The wireless operator continued transmitting distress calls until the radio equipment failed, his messages growing more desperate as the ship broke apart around him. Ships began responding to the SOS, but the storm that had claimed the Valencia also prevented rescue vessels from reaching the wreck site for nearly 24 hours. When help finally arrived, they found a scene from a maritime nightmare. The Valencia had been pounded against the rocks until only her superstructure remained visible, filled with survivors who had somehow endured a full day and night, clinging to whatever remained solid. Only 37 people lived through the disaster. 71 passengers and crew had vanished into the Pacific, many of them women and children who had trusted the lifeboats. But the Valencia's story didn't end when her hull finally slipped beneath the waves. In the months following the disaster, coastal residents began reporting strange sightings along Vancouver Island's shoreline. Empty lifeboats, weathered by salt and sun, would appear floating near the beaches where Valencia's survivors had hoped to reach safety. These boats bore no markings, no identification, but their design matched the Valencia's emergency craft exactly. More disturbing were the human remains that continued washing ashore for years after the wreck. Bodies wrapped in life vests that had failed to save them, preserved by the cold Pacific waters, appeared on remote beaches decades after anyone expected to find Valencia's missing passengers. Local authorities stopped investigating after a while, but the remains kept coming, as if the ocean was slowly returning everyone it had claimed that January night. Fishermen working the waters near the wreck site reported seeing a steamship moving through the fog on stormy nights, her lights visible for minutes before fading away. The descriptions always matched the Valencia's profile: a coastal steamer with 2 masts and a single funnel, moving slowly through waters too shallow for any ship to navigate safely. These sightings continued well into the 1950s, long after anyone who had known the Valencia was likely still alive. Coast Guard vessels investigating the reports found nothing, but the witnesses were consistent in their descriptions. A ship that appeared during the worst weather in the exact location where the Valencia had met her end, moving as if she was still trying to complete that final voyage to Seattle. Why do some disasters leave echoes that persist long after the immediate tragedy has ended? The Valencia represented more than just a shipwreck. She embodied the vulnerability of early 20th century travel, when crossing even familiar waters remained an act of faith in technology that wasn't yet reliable enough to guarantee safe passage. The investigation that followed revealed that the Valencia had been equipped with inadequate safety equipment for the number of passengers she carried. Her lifeboats were poorly maintained, her crew insufficiently trained for emergency procedures. The disaster led to significant improvements in maritime safety regulations, but those changes came too late for the 71 people who had trusted their lives to a system that failed them completely. The Pacific continues to claim ships along the same coastline where the Valencia met her end. Modern vessels carry sophisticated navigation equipment and emergency systems the Valencia's passengers could never have imagined, yet the fundamental equation remains unchanged. Humans venture onto waters that follow no human schedule, that respond to no human authority, that preserve their own versions of every story that unfolds upon their surface. Somewhere off Vancouver Island, the Valencia may still be trying to reach Seattle, her ghostly lifeboats drifting toward shores they'll never safely find. The ship burned in 1738, broken against the rocks of Block Island, with her passengers screaming in waters too cold for human survival. Yet for over 2 centuries, that same vessel has continued to appear off the Rhode Island coast, flames dancing across her spectral rigging as she sails through storms that should have claimed her long ago. How does a ship destroyed nearly 300 years ago keep returning to the exact place where she met her doom? The contradiction began on a winter night when local fishermen spotted what they first assumed was a distress flare. A glowing light moved slowly across the horizon, flickering like a ship on fire. But when dawn broke, no wreckage littered the shore. No survivors called for help. The ocean had swallowed whatever vessel they'd witnessed, leaving only questions and the growing certainty that they'd seen something that shouldn't exist. What they'd glimpsed was the beginning of America's most persistent maritime ghost story, a legend born from tragedy so complete it seems to have left permanent scars on the waters themselves. The Princess Augusta departed Rotterdam in August 1738, carrying 340 German Palatine immigrants toward promises of land and freedom in the American colonies. These weren't wealthy passengers seeking adventure, but families fleeing the devastation of European wars, carrying everything they owned in wooden chests and cloth bundles. The ship they trusted with their lives was overcrowded, poorly provisioned, and commanded by men who viewed their human cargo as nothing more than profitable freight. The Atlantic crossing became a nightmare that stretched across 4 months of storms, disease, and deliberate cruelty. The ship's provisions spoiled or were deliberately withheld by crew members who sold food to desperate passengers at extortionist prices. Disease spread through the cramped lower decks where families huddled together without adequate ventilation or sanitation. Dozens died during the crossing, their bodies thrown overboard with no ceremony beyond the splash they made hitting the waves. By December, the Princess Augusta was a floating morgue, carrying survivors who had paid for passage to the New World but found themselves trapped in a hell that moved with the tides. Captain George Long should have guided his ship safely into Philadelphia Harbor, where immigration officials waited to process the German families and grant them entry to Pennsylvania's welcoming communities. Instead, he chose a different course entirely. Whether driven by incompetence, greed, or simple indifference to his passengers' suffering, Long allowed the Princess Augusta to drift far north of her intended destination. On December 27, 1738, during a violent winter storm, the ship ran aground on the treacherous shoals surrounding Block Island, a wind-swept outcrop 12 miles south of mainland Rhode Island. What happened next depends on which version of the story you believe, and the truth may be darker than any single account suggests. Block Island residents had developed an unfortunate reputation for profiting from maritime disasters. When ships wrecked on their shores, islanders were quick to salvage whatever cargo washed up, sometimes before bothering to rescue survivors. Some accounts claim they went further, deliberately luring vessels onto the rocks using false lights that mimicked harbor beacons, a practice known as wrecking that turned shipwrecks from accidents into murders. Whether the Princess Augusta was deliberately lured to her destruction or simply fell victim to the island's notorious maritime hazards, the result was catastrophic. The ship broke apart in the surf, spilling passengers into water so cold it killed within minutes. Those who managed to reach shore found little mercy from the islanders, who were more interested in the immigrants' possessions than their lives. Contemporary accounts suggest that many survivors died from exposure, starvation, or violence at the hands of locals who viewed them as unwelcome intruders rather than fellow human beings in desperate need of help. The exact number of casualties remains unknown, but historians estimate that fewer than 50 of the original 340 passengers lived to see spring. The Princess Augusta's destruction should have been just another tragic footnote in the dangerous history of colonial-era sea travel. Instead, it became something much stranger. Within months of the wreck, Block Island residents began reporting mysterious lights appearing over the water on stormy nights. The phenomenon always occurred near the site where the Princess Augusta had broken apart, and witnesses consistently described the same unsettling vision: a ship engulfed in flames, sailing slowly across the horizon before vanishing into darkness. The sightings weren't isolated incidents reported by superstitious fishermen. Ship captains, lighthouse keepers, and other reliable witnesses documented encounters with what they came to call the Palatine Light, named after the German immigrants who had died in such horrific circumstances. Unlike typical ghost ship legends that fade over time, the Palatine Light grew stronger and more frequent. Throughout the 19th century, the apparition appeared with enough regularity that local newspapers began reporting sightings alongside weather conditions and shipping news. The burning ship became as much a part of Block Island's identity as its lighthouses and fishing fleet. What made the phenomenon particularly unsettling was its consistency across generations of witnesses. People who had never heard the Princess Augusta's story would report seeing a ship on fire moving through waters where no vessel should be able to sail. The descriptions remained remarkably similar: a three-masted vessel surrounded by flames that cast no real light, moving against wind and current before disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. Scientists have offered rational explanations for the Palatine Light that range from plausible to far-fetched. St. Elmo's fire, an electrical phenomenon that creates glowing plasma around ships' masts during storms, could account for some sightings. Bioluminescent marine organisms stirred up by rough water might create phosphorescent patches that appear ship-like from a distance. Methane gas escaping from underwater decay could ignite when it reaches the surface, creating brief flames that flicker across the waves. Yet none of these explanations address the most disturbing aspect of the legend: the witnesses who claim to see not just lights, but an actual ship complete with rigging, sails, and human figures visible on deck. These detailed sightings suggest either mass hallucination or something that transcends conventional understanding of what's possible in the space between life and death. The Palatine Light represents more than just a supernatural curiosity. It embodies the darker aspects of American colonial history, when desperate immigrants could be treated as disposable cargo by those who profited from their desperation. The legend serves as a reminder that some tragedies create echoes that persist long after the immediate victims have been forgotten by official history. Modern Block Island has embraced the Palatine Light as a tourist attraction, selling postcards and organizing ghost tours that capitalize on the legend's enduring appeal. Yet long-time residents still speak respectfully of nights when the light appears, treating it not as entertainment but as a memorial to suffering that demands acknowledgement rather than exploitation. Recent historical research has confirmed that the Princess Augusta did indeed wreck off Block Island in December 1738, and that the treatment of survivors by local residents was likely as cruel as the legend suggests. Court records from the period include references to complaints about Block Islanders' behavior toward shipwreck victims, lending credibility to accounts of violence and theft that followed the disaster. Whether the Palatine Light represents genuine supernatural activity or collective psychological response to historical trauma, its persistence suggests that some events leave permanent impressions on the places where they occur. The waters off Block Island have witnessed thousands of ships passing safely through their shipping lanes, yet only one vessel continues to appear centuries after its destruction. On winter nights, when storms lash the Rhode Island coast, locals still watch the horizon for signs of a ship that shouldn't exist. Some claim the light appears most often when conditions match those that destroyed the Princess Augusta. High winds, freezing temperatures, and the kind of desperation that drives people to risk everything for the chance of something better. The Palatine Light ensures that the Princess Augusta's story will never be completely forgotten, transforming a historical tragedy into a legend that refuses to rest quietly in the past. Whether you see it as ghost story, natural phenomenon, or collective memory made visible, the burning ship continues to sail through waters that remember everything and forgive nothing. The ice was perfect. No wind disturbed the Arctic silence, no storms threatened the search mission, and HMS Resolute sat locked in pristine white stillness that stretched to every horizon. It was exactly the kind of weather that should have made Arctic exploration safe and predictable. Instead, it became the trap that swallowed an entire ship and crew, only to release something far stranger 2 years later. How does a vessel abandoned in unbreakable ice navigate 1,000 miles of open ocean without a single soul aboard to guide her? The mystery of HMS Resolute began not with her disappearance, but with her mission. In 1850, she was purpose-built as part of Britain's desperate attempt to solve the greatest maritime puzzle of the age, the vanishing of Sir John Franklin's Arctic expedition. Franklin and his 2 ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, had sailed into the Northwest Passage in 1845, searching for the legendary route that would connect Atlantic and Pacific trade. 5 years later, they remained missing somewhere in the Arctic wasteland, swallowed by ice and silence. The British Admiralty commissioned multiple rescue expeditions, each equipped with the most advanced Arctic technology available. HMS Resolute represented the pinnacle of polar exploration engineering, a 600-ton bark with reinforced timber hull designed to withstand crushing ice pressure, fitted with auxiliary steam power and provisioned for years-long missions in the world's most hostile environment. Captain Horatio Austin commanded the Resolute as part of a 4-ship squadron that departed England in May 1850, carrying the hopes of a nation desperate to recover their lost Arctic heroes. The mission seemed straightforward. Follow Franklin's known route through Lancaster Sound, search systematically through the maze of Arctic islands, and return with evidence of what had happened to the 129 missing men. The Arctic had different plans. By 1854, Resolute had spent 4 seasons locked in pack ice, her crew conducting sledge expeditions across the frozen wasteland, while their ship remained trapped in crystalline prison. The ice that surrounded them wasn't temporary seasonal formation, but massive pressure ridges that built and shifted according to forces no human captain could predict or control. What had begun as temporary winter quarters became permanent entrapment. Captain Henry Kellett faced an impossible decision. His men were healthy and well supplied, but the ship showed no signs of breaking free from ice that had held her motionless for months. Other vessels in the squadron had already been abandoned as the ice claimed them one by one. Rather than risk his crew's lives waiting for a thaw that might never come, Kellett ordered Resolute abandoned on May 15, 1854. The crew removed essential supplies and personal effects Then began the long march across the ice toward other ships that remained navigable. They left behind a vessel that appeared doomed to become another casualty of Arctic exploration, crushed gradually by ice pressure until nothing remained but scattered timber on the ocean floor. But Resolute had her own ideas about surrender. 2 years after her abandonment, Captain James Buddington of the American whaler George Henry spotted something impossible while hunting bowhead whales in Davis Strait. A large sailing ship drifted alone through open water, her British naval flag still flying, her hull intact despite obvious weathering from extended exposure to Arctic conditions. As the George Henry approached, Buddington realized he was looking at HMS Resolute, the same vessel that had been abandoned hundreds of miles away in ice so thick no ship should have been able to escape. Yet here she was, floating freely in open ocean with no crew aboard to explain how she had completed such an impossible journey. The Americans boarded cautiously, expecting to find evidence of disaster or abandonment. Instead, they discovered a ship in remarkable condition considering her ordeal. The Resolute's interior remained largely intact, her equipment properly stowed, even her clocks still marking time, though no one remained to wind them. She appeared to have sailed herself to safety through Arctic waters that had claimed dozens of other vessels. Maritime experts struggled to explain Resolute's solo voyage. Ice conditions in the Arctic shift constantly as currents, wind, and temperature changes break up winter formations and create temporary channels through previously solid barriers. Theoretically, the same ice that had trapped Resolute could have released her during a particularly warm season, allowing currents to carry her south toward more navigable waters. But the distance involved defied rational explanation. Resolute had somehow traveled over 1,000 miles through some of the most dangerous waters on Earth, navigating around ice flows and shallow channels that would challenge experienced Arctic pilots even with modern equipment and detailed charts. Captain Buddington and his crew had little interest in solving maritime mysteries. They recognized the diplomatic value of returning a British naval vessel to its rightful owners, particularly during a period when American-British relations required careful management. The George Henry towed Resolute to New London, Connecticut, where she became an instant sensation. The American government purchased the ship from Buddington and ordered extensive repairs to restore her to seaworthy condition. In 1856, Resolute was formally returned to Britain as a gesture of international goodwill, carrying a message from President Franklin Pierce expressing hope that the vessel's rescue might symbolize cooperation between the two nations. Queen Victoria graciously accepted the return of HMS Resolute, but the ship's naval career was essentially over. She had become more valuable as a symbol than as a working vessel. When Resolute was finally decommissioned in 1879, her timbers were carefully preserved and crafted into furniture that would carry her story forward into the modern era. The most famous piece became known as the Resolute Desk, presented by Queen Victoria to President Rutherford Hayes in 1880. That desk has remained in the White House ever since, serving presidents through crises that span more than a century of American history. Every policy decision, every international negotiation, every moment of national leadership has been conducted over wood that once sailed through Arctic ice on a ship that refused to accept defeat. The desk represents more than just a diplomatic gift. It embodies the persistence of human exploration despite seemingly impossible obstacles, the way abandoned missions can return unexpectedly to influence future generations, and the mysterious forces that operate beyond human planning or control. Modern Arctic researchers have attempted to reconstruct Resolute's solo journey using computer models of ice movement and ocean currents. Their studies suggest that specific combinations of wind, temperature, and tidal forces could theoretically have freed the ship and guided her toward navigable waters. but the precise sequence of events required for such a journey remains mathematically improbable. Sailors who work in extreme environments often develop superstitions about ships that seem to possess personalities independent of their crews. Vessels that handle well in storms while their sister ships struggle. Boats that find safe harbor when navigation equipment fails. Ships that survive disasters that should have destroyed them completely. Maritime folklore is filled with tales of vessels that refuse to sink when logic says they should, that appear in impossible places, that seem guided by intelligence no human captain commands. HMS Resolute belongs to this tradition of ships that transcend their mechanical nature to become something approaching legend. Her story suggests that some vessels develop such strong connections to their missions that abandonment doesn't end their service, only transforms it into something stranger and more persistent. The search for Franklin's expedition that originally sent Resolute into Arctic waters would continue for decades, eventually revealing the tragic fate of all 129 men who had vanished into the ice. Franklin himself died early in the expedition, and his surviving crew eventually abandoned their ships and attempted to march south toward survival that never came. Their story became one of endurance, cannibalism, and ultimate defeat by an environment that showed no mercy to human ambition. Yet Resolute survived when Franklin's ships did not, completing her own version of the journey home, long after her crew had given up hope. She returned not with answers about the missing expedition, but with a different kind of message about persistence, survival, and the unexpected ways that abandoned missions can find new purpose. Today, when maritime disasters occur in remote waters, search teams often discover vessels floating empty, long after their crews have been rescued or lost. Modern technology can usually explain these discoveries through oceanographic data and satellite tracking, but Resolute's journey occurred in an era when such explanations weren't available, leaving room for interpretations that blend natural forces with something approaching the supernatural. Whether you see her story as remarkable coincidence or evidence of forces beyond scientific understanding, HMS Resolute proved that some ships refuse to accept defeat even when their crews have surrendered. She sailed home alone through waters that had claimed countless other vessels, carrying a message that persistence sometimes succeeds where logic suggests only failure is possible. The Resolute desk remains in the Oval Office, a daily reminder that the most important journeys often begin only after we think the mission has ended. "She went down fast," whispered Jack Kelly through cracked lips, salt-crusted beard matted against his hollow cheeks. The farmer who found him stumbling through Tasmanian bushland after 8 days at sea could barely understand the words. "Faster than anything I've ever seen. 1 minute we're drinking coffee, next minute she's gone and we're floating in the middle of nowhere." Kelly was one of 7 survivors who lived to tell the story of how the MV Blyth Star simply vanished beneath them on October 13, 1973, triggering one of the most baffling maritime disappearances in modern Australian history. What could cause a perfectly seaworthy cargo vessel to sink so suddenly that experienced sailors barely had time to inflate a life raft before their ship disappeared forever? The mystery began on what should have been the most routine of journeys. The Blyth Star was a 200-foot coastal freighter built in 1955 for the practical work of moving cargo between Tasmania and mainland Australia. She wasn't glamorous or particularly notable, just one of dozens of working vessels that kept commerce flowing through Bass Strait's busy shipping lanes. Captain Raymond Thornton had commanded similar runs for over 20 years. The route from Hobart to King Island was familiar water, a journey the Blyth Star had completed successfully dozens of times before. On October 13th, she carried a mixed cargo of agricultural supplies, machinery parts, and general goods that King Island's small community depended upon for daily life. The weather forecast predicted calm seas and clear skies. 10 crew members settled into what they expected would be an uneventful overnight passage, with arrival scheduled for the following morning. Nothing in the ship's maintenance record suggested any cause for concern. Her last inspection had revealed only minor issues typical of an 18-year-old working vessel, nothing that would compromise seaworthiness. That afternoon, as the Blyth Star rounded Tasmania's rugged western coast, something went catastrophically wrong. Chief Engineer Tom Morrison later recalled feeling a sudden vibration through the ship's hull, different from the normal engine rhythm he'd monitored for years. Before he could investigate, water began flooding the engine room with such force that he barely escaped to the deck. Within minutes, the vessel was listing heavily to starboard, taking on water faster than her pumps could handle. Captain Thornton ordered the crew to abandon ship, but there was no time for proper emergency procedures. No distress signal was transmitted. No radio calls went out to alert nearby vessels or coastal authorities. The electrical systems failed before anyone could reach the radio room, and the ship's emergency beacon remained silent as the Blyth Star slipped beneath the waves. 10 men found themselves adrift in a small inflatable life raft designed for short-term emergency use, not extended survival, in the Southern Ocean's unforgiving waters. Their emergency supplies consisted of a few packets of biscuits, a single can of beef, and enough fresh water for perhaps 2 days, if strictly rationed. 3 crew members had died during the first night from exposure and hypothermia. The search for the missing vessel didn't begin immediately because no one knew it was in trouble. The Blyth Star was expected to arrive at King Island the following morning, and maritime authorities didn't consider her overdue until she failed to appear by evening. By then, currents and wind had carried the life raft far from the ship's intended course into waters where searchers had no reason to look. What followed became a testament to human endurance under impossible circumstances. The 7 survivors drifted for 8 days through waters that showed no mercy to the unprepared. The Southern Ocean's temperatures rarely rise above 10 degrees Celsius, and without proper survival gear, hypothermia becomes a constant threat that saps strength and mental clarity. The men took turns at the oars, trying to keep the raft moving toward land they couldn't see, sharing water in carefully measured sips and dividing their meager food rations with mathematical precision. As days passed, some began hallucinating from dehydration and exposure, seeing ships and land that existed only in their desperate minds. Jack Kelly later described nights when the temperature dropped so low that ice formed on the raft's edges, and mornings when they weren't sure which of their companions would wake up. They watched 3 friends die and slip beneath the waves during that week, men who had shared coffee and jokes just days earlier, but couldn't survive the ocean's indifference to human suffering. On October 21st, the remaining survivors spotted land through morning fog and managed to guide their failing raft toward Tasmania's remote Forestier Peninsula. When they finally reached shore, they were barely alive, suffering from severe dehydration, hypothermia, and the psychological trauma of watching their shipmates die one by one. The story dominated Australian headlines for weeks, both for the remarkable survival of the 7 men and for the complete mystery surrounding why the Blyth Star had sunk so suddenly. Maritime investigators launched a thorough inquiry, but without the wreck itself, they could only speculate about what had caused the disaster. For 50 years, the Blyth Star remained lost somewhere off Tasmania's coast, her fate a matter of theory and survivor testimony. Then, in 2023, marine archaeologists using advanced sonar equipment finally located the wreck, lying 150 meters beneath the surface, remarkably well preserved in the cold Southern Ocean waters. The discovery raised more questions than it answered. The Blyth Star rested upright on the seafloor, her hull largely intact, with no evidence of collision or explosion. There were no impact marks from striking rocks or other vessels, no blast damage from engine failure, no clear signs of the catastrophic structural failure that would explain such rapid sinking. Investigators found that the ship's cargo had shifted during her final moments, possibly contributing to the sudden list that prevented proper emergency procedures. Heavy machinery and agricultural equipment, if improperly secured, could have moved during rough seas, breaching bulkheads or punching holes in the hull from inside the ship. Another theory suggests that metal fatigue in the aging hull, combined with the stress of heavy cargo loads over 18 years of service, may have caused a sudden structural failure below the waterline. A crack that developed gradually over time could have opened catastrophically during routine sailing conditions, flooding the ship faster than her crew could respond. The lack of any distress signal remains the most puzzling aspect of the disaster. Modern cargo vessels carry multiple communication systems specifically designed to function during emergencies, yet the Blyth Star went silent without sending even a brief mayday call. This suggests that whatever caused her to sink also disabled her electrical systems almost immediately, preventing any attempt to call for help. The discovery of the wreck provided closure for families who had spent decades wondering about the exact circumstances of their loved ones' deaths, but it also highlighted how quickly modern technology can fail when faced with the ocean's ancient power. The Blyth Star carried radar, radio equipment, and safety systems that should have provided warning of impending disaster and facilitated rescue operations. Instead, she joined the long list of vessels that vanished with little more than survivor testimony to explain their fate. The 7 men who lived through 8 days in an inflatable raft became the only witnesses to a maritime disaster that could have happened in any century, despite occurring in an era of satellite communication and sophisticated rescue capabilities. The Blyth Star's story serves as a reminder that technological advancement doesn't eliminate the fundamental risks of ocean travel. Ships still sink suddenly. Crews still find themselves fighting for survival with only basic equipment, and the sea still claims lives with the same indifference it showed centuries ago. The wreck now rests permanently on the seafloor, a time capsule from 1973 that preserved the moment when routine became catastrophe. Marine life has begun colonizing her superstructure, slowly transforming a working cargo vessel into an artificial reef that supports fish and plants rather than human commerce. But for the survivors who still gather annually to remember their lost shipmates, the Blyth Star represents something more than just another maritime accident. She embodies the fragility of human plans when confronted with forces that operate according to no human schedule, that respond to no human authority, and that preserve their own versions of every story that unfolds upon their surface. The Southern Ocean continues to challenge vessels along the same route where the Blyth Star met her end, but modern ships carry equipment and safety protocols that should prevent similar disasters. GPS navigation eliminates the uncertainty of dead reckoning, satellite communication ensures that distress calls reach rescue authorities within minutes, and improved life raft technology provides better protection for crew members forced to abandon ship. Yet the fundamental equation remains unchanged. Humans venture onto waters that follow their own ancient patterns, that respond to forces far larger than any vessel humans have yet built, and that continue to test whether technology and experience can overcome the simple fact that the ocean was never meant for us. No flares, no pieces of broken hull washing up on Tory Island's rocky shores. When HMS Wasp struck the submerged rocks off Donegal's coast in September 1884, she took 52 men to the bottom so quickly that the sea barely had time to swallow their screams before silence returned to waters that had witnessed too much cruelty already. The absence of evidence should have made this just another tragic entry in Britain's maritime records. Instead, it became something far stranger. A disaster wrapped in whispers of supernatural intervention and deliberate revenge. What transforms a routine naval accident into a legend of curses and spectral lights that still haunts Ireland's most remote waters? The answer begins with understanding what HMS Wasp represented to the people of Ireland's western coast in 1884. She wasn't a warship protecting trade routes or exploring distant waters. She was an instrument of oppression, carrying British officials whose sole purpose was to enforce evictions that would leave Irish families homeless during one of the harshest winters in living memory. The land war had turned Ireland into a battlefield where law and justice meant different things depending on which side of the Atlantic you'd been born. British landlords, many of whom had never set foot on Irish soil, demanded rent payments from tenant farmers who had worked the same plots of land for generations but owned nothing under English law. When crops failed or prices fell, eviction notices followed with mechanical efficiency. HMS Wasp served as the government's floating courthouse, carrying bailiffs and constables to islands too remote for conventional law enforcement. Her 155-foot hull had been reinforced not for battle against foreign enemies, but for the grinding work of domestic pacification. Her modest armament existed primarily to intimidate civilians who might resist having their homes demolished and their families scattered. On September 21, 1884, she departed Westport carrying a particularly grim cargo, bailiffs tasked with clearing Tory Island of tenants who had fallen behind on rent payments. The island lay 12 miles off Donegal's coast, accessible only by sea, and inhabited by families who had lived there for centuries without owing allegiance to anyone beyond their immediate community. Captain William Nichols commanded a crew of 58 men, most of whom understood that they were sailing toward confrontation with people who had nothing left to lose. The bailiffs aboard carried legal documents that would render entire families homeless within days, turning subsistence farmers into refugees with no place to go, except the workhouses that functioned more like prisons than shelters. Tory Island's residents knew exactly why HMS Wasp was approaching their shores. Word of the planned evictions had reached the island weeks earlier, giving families time to prepare for what many viewed as an act of war disguised as legal procedure. The island had its own traditions of dealing with threats, customs that reached back to pre-Christian Ireland, when different laws governed the relationship between land and people. According to local accounts, the island's elders gathered on the night before HMS Wasp's arrival to perform rituals that had been passed down through generations of resistance to outside authority. They called upon older powers than British law, invoking protection from forces that recognized no parliament or crown. Whether through prayer, curse, or simple defiance, they asked the sea itself to intervene. The weather remained calm as HMS Wasp approached Tory Island through familiar waters that Captain Nichols had navigated successfully dozens of times before. The ship's compass functioned normally until approximately midnight, when the needle began spinning erratically before settling on readings that made no sense to experienced navigators who knew these waters by heart. First Officer David Morton later testified that the compass failure occurred without warning, leaving the crew to navigate by dead reckoning through darkness broken only by occasional starlight. They could see Tory Island's outline against the horizon, but couldn't determine their exact position relative to the submerged rocks that surrounded the island like underwater fortifications. At approximately 2 in the morning, HMS Wasp struck a reef that shouldn't have been there according to every chart the Royal Navy had ever produced. The impact drove her hull against stone with such force that she began breaking apart immediately, her reinforced timber no match for granite that had been waiting beneath the waves for millions of years. The disaster unfolded with horrifying speed. Water flooded the lower decks before anyone could reach the pumps, and the ship's list made launching lifeboats impossible. Most of the crew never made it above deck, trapped below as the Wasp settled by the stern and disappeared beneath waves that showed no mercy to men following orders they'd never questioned. 6 survivors clung to floating debris until islanders launched curragh boats to pull them from water so cold it numbed flesh within minutes. The men they rescued were nearly catatonic with shock, able to provide only fragmentary accounts of compass needles spinning wildly, rocks appearing where charts showed clear water, and their ship vanishing as if the sea had opened specifically to swallow her whole. The official investigation concluded that HMS Wasp had been lost due to navigational error compounded by equipment failure. But the explanation satisfied no one who understood the political context surrounding her final mission. The timing seemed too convenient, the circumstances too precisely arranged to destroy a ship that many viewed as a floating symbol of British oppression. Local accounts describe phenomena that never appeared in official reports. Fishermen claimed to have seen strange lights moving beneath the water around Tory Island on the night HMS Wasp was lost. Phosphorescent glows that seemed to follow deliberate patterns rather than drifting randomly with the current. Others reported hearing sounds from beneath the waves, not the creaking of settling wreckage, but voices speaking in languages that predated English presence in Ireland. The most persistent stories involved sightings of spectral vessels that appeared during storms around Tory Island, phantom ships that sailed against wind and current as if following their own mysterious purposes. Witnesses described seeing HMS Wasp herself on nights when weather conditions matched those of her final voyage, her outline visible through fog and rain before vanishing when observers tried to get closer. These supernatural explanations gained credibility because they addressed questions that rational analysis couldn't answer satisfactorily. How did an experienced captain become so thoroughly lost in familiar waters? Why did the ship's compass fail at the exact moment accurate navigation became critical? And why did the reef that destroyed HMS Wasp appear on no chart despite centuries of maritime activity around Tory Island? Modern oceanographic surveys have confirmed that underwater rock formations around Tory Island shift position due to tidal forces and storm activity, creating hazards that don't appear on charts based on historical soundings. The reef that destroyed HMS Wasp may have emerged from deeper water only months or weeks before her final voyage, making it a genuine navigational surprise rather than evidence of supernatural intervention. But the scientific explanation doesn't address the psychological dimension of the disaster. The way HMS Wasp's destruction served as validation for people who had been told repeatedly that resistance to British authority was futile. The ship's loss became proof that some powers operated beyond imperial control, that justice could emerge from unexpected sources when conventional legal systems failed. The evictions that HMS Wasp was meant to facilitate never took place. The disaster so thoroughly disrupted official plans that families on Tory Island remained in their homes through the winter, giving them time to organize alternative arrangements that avoided mass displacement. In that sense, whether through curse, coincidence, or natural forces, the ship's destruction achieved exactly what the island's defenders had hoped for. The story of HMS Wasp became embedded in Irish folklore as an example of how oppression contains the seeds of its own destruction. The ship represented British confidence that superior technology and organization could overcome any local resistance, yet she was destroyed by forces that no amount of naval expertise could predict or control. Today, remnants of HMS Wasp lie scattered across the seabed near Tory Island, her iron plates slowly dissolving into rust that feeds marine organisms completely indifferent to the political purposes she once served. Divers occasionally explore the wreck site, finding little beyond twisted metal and broken pottery that offer no clues about the exact sequence of events that sent her to the bottom. The compass that failed so mysteriously during her final hours was never recovered, leaving one of the most crucial pieces of evidence permanently lost beneath waters that keep their own version of every story that unfolds on their surface. Whether HMS Wasp was destroyed by navigational accident, supernatural intervention, or forces that exist somewhere between the two possibilities, her fate serves as a reminder that the sea recognizes no human authority and follows no political agenda. The ship materialized from storm clouds like something carved from lightning itself, her canvas sails glowing with phosphorescent fire as she sailed directly into winds that should have torn any vessel apart. Midshipman Prince George, future King of England, watched through his spyglass as the impossible vessel moved against nature's fury, her hull translucent in the pre-dawn darkness off Australia's coast. Within hours, the sailor who had first spotted the apparition fell to his death from HMS Bacante's rigging, as if the ghostly ship had claimed payment for being witnessed. That was July 11th, 1881, but the Flying Dutchman's story began 3 centuries earlier with a Dutch captain whose arrogance would condemn him to sail forever through waters that show no mercy to the living or the dead. How does a legend born from 17th century maritime folklore continue to generate credible sightings from trained naval officers into the modern era? The answer lies in the treacherous waters off Africa's Cape of Good Hope, where the Indian and Atlantic Oceans collide in storms so violent they can tear steel ships apart like paper. This is where Captain Hendrik van der Decken made the oath that transformed him from mortal sailor into maritime legend. The original tale speaks of a Dutch East India Company vessel bound for trading posts in the Indonesian archipelago, carrying precious cargo through waters that promised both fortune and destruction. The Cape of Good Hope had already earned its reputation as a ship graveyard, where sudden storms could appear without warning, and waves tall as cathedral spires could swallow entire fleets. As van der Decken's ship rounded the Cape in 1641, a tempest struck with biblical fury. Mountainous waves crashed over the deck, while winds howled with voices that sounded almost human. His crew begged him to turn back to seek shelter until the storm passed, but the captain had made promises to investors in Amsterdam who expected their cargo delivered on schedule regardless of weather conditions. "I shall round this cape," van der Decken reportedly shouted into the gale, "even if I have to sail until Judgment Day." His blasphemous oath challenged forces far greater than any corporate authority, and according to maritime legend, those forces accepted his challenge with permanent consequences. The ship vanished into the storm, but unlike the thousands of other vessels claimed by Cape waters, the Flying Dutchman was condemned to return eternally, sailing the same treacherous route where pride had overcome prudence. Sailors began reporting sightings of a ghostly vessel that appeared during the worst weather, her spectral crew forever attempting to complete a voyage that could never end. The legend might have remained confined to tavern stories and superstitious folklore, except that credible witnesses continued encountering something that matched the Flying Dutchman's description with disturbing consistency. Naval officers, merchant captains, and experienced sailors reported seeing a ship that sailed against wind and current, her rigging outlined in unnatural light that illuminated nothing beyond her own impossible presence. Prince George's 1881 sighting became the most documented encounter with the legendary vessel, recorded in HMS Bacante's official log and witnessed by multiple crew members. The future monarch described a phantom ship, all aglow, that appeared shortly before dawn and vanished when his vessel approached for closer investigation. The timing of these supernatural encounters follows a pattern that suggests something more than random hallucination. Sightings consistently occur during severe weather conditions around the Cape of Good Hope, often preceding maritime disasters that claim other vessels in the same waters. This has led some researchers to theorize that the Flying Dutchman represents a form of environmental warning system, appearing when atmospheric conditions create maximum danger for conventional shipping. Scientific explanations for Flying Dutchman sightings range from atmospheric phenomena to optical illusions caused by extreme weather conditions. Fata Morgana mirages can create the appearance of ships sailing above the horizon, while St. Elmo's fire can outline rigging in electrical discharge that glows with ethereal light. Ball lightning and other poorly understood electrical phenomena might account for vessels that appear to emit their own illumination. Yet these rational explanations struggle to address the consistency of witness descriptions across centuries of reported encounters. Sailors from different eras, sailing different types of vessels, continue to describe the same basic apparition: a ship that moves independently of wind and current, glows with internal light, and vanishes when approached directly. The psychological dimension of Flying Dutchman encounters may be equally important as any physical phenomena. Sailors facing life-threatening storms in waters known for claiming vessels might be predisposed to see supernatural warnings in natural events that their experience cannot readily explain. The legend serves as a focus for fears about the ocean's power to destroy human ambition and technology. Modern encounters with the Flying Dutchman continue despite advances in maritime technology that should eliminate the uncertainty and fear that gave birth to the original legend. Radar operators have reported tracking vessels that disappear from their screens without explanation, while satellite imagery occasionally captures formations that resemble ships in areas where no vessels should be able to operate. The Cape of Good Hope remains one of the world's most dangerous shipping routes, where massive waves and sudden weather changes can overwhelm even the most advanced vessels. The waters that claimed Van der Deken's original ship continue to test every captain who attempts to round Africa's southern tip, creating conditions where the boundary between natural and supernatural becomes difficult to distinguish. Whether the Flying Dutchman represents genuine paranormal activity, misidentified natural phenomena, or collective psychological response to maritime stress, the legend serves important functions for those who venture onto the world's most dangerous waters. It acknowledges the ocean's power to destroy human plans and technologies, while providing a framework for understanding encounters with forces that operate beyond conventional explanation. The story also serves as a moral warning about the consequences of hubris in the face of natural forces far greater than human authority. Van der Deken's curse resulted from challenging powers he couldn't comprehend or control, making his eternal punishment a cautionary tale about respecting limits that exist whether we acknowledge them or not. The legend survives because it addresses fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with forces beyond our control or understanding. Every sailor who ventures onto open water must confront the possibility that the sea operates according to rules that transcend human knowledge, preserving its own versions of justice and maintaining mysteries that technology cannot penetrate. The Flying Dutchman sails on through waters that remember every oath sworn in desperate circumstances, every challenge made against powers that exist beyond human authority. Whether you see her as folklore, psychological phenomenon, or something that exists in the uncertain space between myth and reality, she serves as a reminder that some stories refuse to remain safely buried in the past. In an era when maritime technology can track vessels anywhere on Earth's surface, the Flying Dutchman maintains her status as the ultimate ghost ship, forever visible to those who sail the world's most dangerous waters, yet always beyond the reach of those who would solve her mystery once and for all. The final transmission lasted exactly 43 seconds. Routine position report, normal engine status, all systems functioning within parameters. Then the radio waves carried only static across 3,000 miles of Atlantic Ocean, and USS Scorpion became a silence that would echo through decades of Cold War suspicion and unanswered questions. That was 3:45 p.m. on May 21, 1968. Within hours, the most advanced nuclear submarine in the American fleet had vanished, with 99 men aboard, leaving behind a mystery that strikes at the heart of everything we thought we knew about underwater warfare. What force could destroy a nuclear submarine so completely that it took 5 months to find pieces of her scattered across 10,000 feet of ocean floor? The answer depends on whether you believe the official investigation or the whispered theories that suggest USS Scorpion became a casualty of conflicts that both superpowers preferred to keep buried beneath the waves. Scorpion represented the cutting edge of 1960s naval technology, a skipjack-class hunter-killer submarine designed to track Soviet vessels through the world's deepest waters while remaining undetected herself. At 252 feet long and powered by a nuclear reactor that could keep her submerged for months, she embodied America's technological superiority in the underwater chess game that defined Cold War naval strategy. Her crew consisted of volunteers who had undergone the Navy's most rigorous training, men selected for their ability to function in the claustrophobic environment of submarine warfare, where a single mistake could kill everyone aboard within minutes. They understood that their missions often involved sailing into waters where enemy submarines hunted with equal determination and superior numbers. By May 1968, however, Scorpion was showing her age in ways that worried experienced submariners. She had missed her scheduled overhaul due to operational demands that kept America's submarine fleet stretched beyond safe limits. Maintenance records documented persistent problems with her propeller shaft, recurring leaks in critical systems, and an emergency blow system that had failed reliability tests. Chief Petty Officer Bill Elrod later admitted to his family that he felt uneasy about the submarine's condition, describing her as a boat that's been rowed hard and put away wet too many times. Several crew members had expressed similar concerns privately, though naval discipline prevented them from making official complaints about a vessel they were ordered to consider seaworthy. The mission that would become Scorpion's last began as routine intelligence gathering, the kind of patrol that American submarines conducted regularly throughout the Atlantic and Mediterranean. She was tasked with monitoring Soviet naval activity near the Azores, where Russian vessels often operated during transit between Arctic bases and Mediterranean deployments. What made this particular mission potentially significant was its timing. Just weeks earlier, the Soviet submarine K-129 had been lost in the Pacific, under circumstances that both superpowers worked to keep classified. American intelligence services were conducting covert operations to recover secrets from the wreck, while Soviet naval commanders struggled to understand how their submarine had been destroyed without warning. The Cold War had created an environment where submarine encounters occurred regularly in international waters, with both sides testing the limits of what they could accomplish without triggering open warfare. American and Soviet submarines routinely shadowed each other, gathered intelligence on new technologies, and sometimes engaged in underwater maneuvers that brought them dangerously close to collision. On May 21st, Scorpion transmitted her routine position report while approximately 400 miles southwest of the Azores, following a standard course that should have brought her safely back to Norfolk within days. The message contained no indication of mechanical problems, no suggestion that the crew faced any immediate danger, no hint that this would be the last communication anyone would receive from the submarine. When Scorpion failed to check in on schedule, the Navy launched Operation Brandywine, one of the most extensive search efforts in maritime history. Surface ships, aircraft, and other submarines combed thousands of square miles of Atlantic Ocean, searching for any trace of the missing vessel. But the ocean revealed nothing. No oil slicks, no debris fields, no emergency beacons to indicate where Scorpion might have gone down. The breakthrough came through an unlikely source, a network of underwater listening posts designed to detect Soviet submarine activity. Analysis of acoustic data revealed a series of unexplained sounds recorded near the time and location of Scorpion's last transmission. Sharp, violent noises consistent with a submarine breaking apart under extreme pressure. Using this acoustic information, search teams finally located the wreck in October 1968, scattered across the abyssal plain more than 2 miles beneath the surface. What they found challenged every assumption about how modern submarines were supposed to fail. Scorpion lay broken into several large sections, her hull twisted and compressed by forces that had torn through steel designed to withstand the most extreme underwater pressures. The reactor compartment remained largely intact, but the forward sections showed damage patterns that naval architects struggled to explain using conventional failure scenarios. The official investigation concluded that Scorpion had been destroyed by internal explosion, most likely caused by a torpedo malfunction that triggered a chain reaction leading to catastrophic flooding. According to this theory, one of the submarine's own weapons had activated while still in its tube, detonating inside the vessel and causing damage that made survival impossible. But alternative theories emerged almost immediately, fueled by classified details that suggested a more complex sequence of events. Some experts noted that the wreckage pattern didn't match what would be expected from internal explosion, pointing instead to evidence of external forces that could have compromised the hull from outside. The timing of Scorpion's loss, coming so soon after the mysterious destruction of K-129, led to speculation about deliberate retaliation by Soviet forces. According to this theory, the submarines may have encountered each other during intelligence-gathering operations, leading to underwater combat that both governments preferred to keep secret, rather than risk escalating Cold War tensions into open warfare. Declassified documents have revealed that Scorpion was indeed monitoring Soviet naval activity when she vanished, possibly approaching close enough to Russian vessels to gather electronic intelligence or photograph new technologies. Such missions carried inherent risks of detection and confrontation, especially in an era when submarine commanders operated under rules of engagement that allowed considerable discretion in responding to perceived threats. The mechanical failure theory gained support from former crew members who described Scorpion's deteriorating condition in the months before her final patrol. The submarine's age, combined with deferred maintenance and the stress of extended operations, could have led to catastrophic system failure that overwhelmed the crew's ability to respond effectively. Propeller shaft problems, in particular, could have caused vibrations that loosened critical fittings or created stress fractures in the hull. Emergency blow systems that failed to function properly could have prevented the crew from surfacing quickly enough to escape a flooding compartment. Any combination of mechanical failures might have created a cascade of problems that doomed the submarine despite her crew's experience and training. The mystery deepened when acoustic analysis suggested that Scorpion had attempted to surface rapidly just before her destruction, possibly indicating that the crew recognized their danger, tried to reach safety before catastrophic failure occurred. This evidence supports both the mechanical failure theory and scenarios involving external attack, since either situation might have prompted emergency surfacing procedures. Perhaps most disturbing are the personal accounts that emerged years later from family members who described crew members expressing unease about Scorpion's condition before her final patrol. Several sailors had made unusual arrangements for their families, almost as if they sensed that this mission carried greater risks than previous deployments. Petty Officer Robert Violetti reportedly told his wife that he had a bad feeling about the upcoming patrol, while machinist's mate Daniel Rogers left detailed instructions for managing family finances in case he didn't return. These accounts, while anecdotal, suggest that at least some crew members recognized that they were sailing aboard a submarine whose reliability had been compromised by operational demands. The Cold War context makes definitive answers impossible, since both American and Soviet authorities had compelling reasons to conceal information about submarine operations that pushed the boundaries of international law. Whether Scorpion was destroyed by mechanical failure, enemy action, or some combination of factors, the truth remains locked in classified archives that may never be fully opened. Modern analysis of the wreckage continues to yield new insights about the submarine's final moments, but each discovery seems to raise additional questions rather than providing conclusive answers. Advanced deep-sea imaging has revealed details about hull damage patterns, but experts continue to debate whether the evidence supports internal explosion, external attack, or catastrophic mechanical failure. The human cost of Scorpion's loss extends far beyond the 99 men who died when she went down. Families were left without answers about how their loved ones had perished, while naval authorities struggled to balance operational security with the need to provide some explanation for a disaster that shook confidence in submarine safety. USS Scorpion rests permanently on the Atlantic floor, a monument to the dangers faced by submariners who venture into waters where political tensions create additional hazards beyond the inherent risks of underwater navigation. Her broken hull serves as a reminder that the ocean's depths can conceal conflicts as well as ships, preserving secrets that challenge our understanding of what happened during the Cold War's most dangerous passages. Whether she was destroyed by aging equipment, enemy action, or forces that exist somewhere between mechanical failure and deliberate attack, Scorpion's fate demonstrates how quickly technological superiority can be overcome by circumstances that no amount of engineering can predict or prevent. The cargo ship was sinking in Hurricane Joaquin's furious embrace, listing 45 degrees to starboard as mountainous waves crashed over her deck. Yet Captain Michael Davidson's voice remained steady as he radioed the Coast Guard. "We're getting pounded out here, we're taking on water, but we've been through worse." Within 90 minutes, SS El Faro would be gone forever, carrying 33 souls to the bottom of the Atlantic. The contradiction that haunts maritime investigators isn't what happened to El Faro. We know exactly how she died. It's why an experienced captain with access to modern weather forecasting chose to sail directly into the path of a strengthening hurricane when safer routes lay open in every direction. How does a routine cargo run become a suicide mission when all the technology exists to prevent such disasters? The answer lies buried in recordings recovered from El Faro's voyage data recorder, conversations between doomed crew members that reveal how quickly modern seamanship can be overwhelmed by forces that follow no corporate schedule and respect no human timeline. SS El Faro had been making the Jacksonville to San Juan run for decades, a milk route that carried everything from automobiles to frozen food between the mainland United States and Puerto Rico. Built in 1975, she was an aging but reliable workhorse, one of dozens of cargo vessels that kept island economies functioning through regular supply shipments. Captain Davidson had commanded similar routes for years, earning a reputation for steady competence and on-time deliveries that kept shipping company executives satisfied with his performance. On September 29, 2015, when El Faro departed Jacksonville with her routine cargo manifest, nothing suggested this voyage would differ from the hundreds that had preceded it. But 300 miles northeast of the Bahamas, Tropical Storm Joaquin was undergoing rapid intensification, transforming from a manageable weather system into a Category 4 hurricane with winds exceeding 130 miles per hour. Modern meteorology provided detailed tracking data about the storm's location, intensity, and projected path, information that should have made avoiding Joaquin as simple as plotting an alternative course. The contradiction begins with understanding that Captain Davidson had access to the same weather data available to every other vessel in the Atlantic. Satellite imagery clearly showed Joaquin's development, while Hurricane Hunter aircraft provided precise measurements of wind speeds and storm trajectory. Any reasonable analysis of available information suggested that El Faro should alter course to avoid the hurricane's path. Instead, Davidson chose to maintain his original route, apparently believing that El Faro could transit the area before Joaquin reached dangerous intensity. His decision reflected confidence in both his ship's capabilities and his own experience navigating rough weather, but it also revealed how commercial pressures can influence maritime safety decisions. Shipping companies operate on schedules measured in hours rather than days, with any delays triggering financial penalties that captains understand will be reflected in their performance evaluations. El Faro carried time-sensitive cargo, including refrigerated goods that would spoil if delivery was postponed, creating pressure to maintain schedule regardless of weather conditions. The voyage data recorder preserved conversations that reveal how this pressure influenced crew decisions during the critical hours when the ship was approaching hurricane force conditions. Captain Davidson and his officers discussed weather routing options, but their analysis consistently emphasized staying on schedule rather than seeking the safest possible passage. By the early hours of October 1st, El Faro was trapped in conditions that no cargo vessel should have encountered. Hurricane Joaquin had intensified beyond all predictions, generating waves over 50 feet tall that struck the ship from multiple directions simultaneously. The engine room began flooding when cargo hatches failed under the assault of water that fell like liquid concrete. Chief Engineer Richard Pusateri's voice echoed through the bridge speakers as he reported rising water levels that threatened the ship's electrical systems. "We're fighting a losing battle down here," he transmitted, describing conditions in machinery spaces where seawater was winning the fight against pumps designed for much less extreme scenarios. The recordings capture the crew's growing realization that their situation had moved beyond manageable crisis into uncontrolled catastrophe. Captain Davidson's communications with the Coast Guard maintained professional calm, even as his ship was being torn apart by forces that had escalated far beyond the weather conditions he had planned to encounter. "We have a good crew," Davidson radioed, as El Faro developed a severe list that made normal operations impossible. "Everyone's accounted for. We're just fighting the storm." But the fight was already lost, though none of the crew members seemed to understand how completely the hurricane had overwhelmed their vessel's ability to survive. The final conversations preserved by the voyage data recorder reveal men who continued following emergency procedures even when those procedures could no longer save them. Chief Mate Stephen Schultz coordinated abandoned ship preparations while acknowledging that launching lifeboats in 50-foot seas would likely prove fatal for anyone attempting to escape. The last transmission from El Faro came at 7:39 a.m. on October 1st, when an automated distress beacon activated as the ship's communications equipment failed. By then, the vessel was beyond human help, settling by the stern as Hurricane Joaquin continued its assault on anything that remained above the surface. Coast Guard search teams reached the area as soon as weather conditions permitted, finding only scattered debris and empty life rafts that had been torn from the ship during her final moments. The massive search effort located no survivors, confirming that all 33 crew members had perished when El Faro made her final dive toward the abyssal plain. The wreck was discovered weeks later, resting upright on the ocean floor, nearly 3 miles beneath the surface. Remarkably, the ship had sunk in one piece, her hull intact despite the violence that had sent her to the bottom. Deep-sea imagery revealed that El Faro had maintained her structural integrity until water pressure at extreme depth finely collapsed sections of her superstructure. Investigation of the disaster focused on the decision-making process that led Captain Davidson to sail into Hurricane Joaquin's path when alternative routes offered complete safety. Maritime safety experts struggled to understand how modern weather forecasting technology had failed to prevent a tragedy that seemed entirely avoidable. The contradiction deepens when considering that El Faro's loss occurred in an era when satellite communication allows real-time weather updates, GPS navigation eliminates uncertainty about ship position, and computer modeling can predict storm behavior days in advance. Every tool necessary to avoid Hurricane Joaquin was available to Captain Davidson, yet he chose a course that led directly into the hurricane's most dangerous quadrant. Some investigators concluded that commercial pressure to maintain delivery schedules had influenced maritime safety decisions in ways that compromised crew survival. Others focused on the aging ship's vulnerabilities, noting that El Faro's 1970s-era design included safety systems inadequate for extreme weather conditions. Perhaps modern technology failed to prevent a disaster that previous generations of mariners might have avoided through simple caution. The ship carried weather routing software, satellite communication systems, and emergency equipment that should have eliminated the uncertainty that once made ocean travel inherently dangerous. Instead, those same technological capabilities may have created false confidence that led Captain Davidson to attempt a passage that earlier mariners would have recognized as impossible. The belief that modern ships can handle any weather conditions, combined with commercial pressure to maintain schedules, created circumstances where experience was overwhelmed by forces that technology cannot control. SS El Faro's final resting place has become a monument to 33 people who trusted that modern seamanship could overcome ancient dangers, only to discover that the ocean still operates according to rules that existed long before humans built ships. Hurricane Joaquin demonstrated that natural forces remain indifferent to human schedules, corporate profits, and technological advances. The voyage data recorder that preserved the crew's final conversations now serves as evidence that knowing exactly what happened doesn't necessarily explain why it had to happen. El Faro's tragedy reveals the contradiction at the heart of modern maritime safety. We possess every tool necessary to avoid disasters, yet disasters continue to occur with the same inevitability that has always characterized humanity's relationship with the sea. The water was glass smooth when SS Kamloops steamed out of Fort William on December 6, 1927, her steel hull cutting through Lake Superior's deceptive calm like a knife through silk. Perfect visibility stretched to every horizon. No wind disturbed the surface. Weather forecasts promised continued fair conditions for the routine cargo run to Isle Royale. Within 6 hours, 22 men would be dead, and the Kamloops would begin her 50-year transformation into Lake Superior's most haunting monument to the power of water that never gives up what it takes. When diving teams finally found her in 1977, they discovered something that challenged every assumption about death and preservation in freshwater environments. Floating in the engine room, perfectly preserved after half a century underwater, was a figure they would name Old Whitey, a ghostly guardian whose presence continues to unsettle experienced divers decades after his discovery. How does perfect weather become a death trap, and what force could preserve human remains so completely that they appear alive after 50 years beneath the surface? The answer lies in understanding Lake Superior's unique ability to transform from welcoming highway into frozen killing ground within hours, creating conditions that trap both ships and souls in states of suspended animation that mock every natural law governing death and decay. SS Kamloops represented the pinnacle of 1920s Great Lakes engineering, a 250-foot steel freighter designed specifically for the challenges of inland sea transportation. Built in 1924 by Finesse Shipbuilding Company, she carried the latest safety equipment and structural reinforcements that should have made her virtually unsinkable in freshwater conditions that seemed benign compared to the North Atlantic's notorious hazards. Captain William Bryan commanded a crew of experienced Great Lakes sailors who understood Superior's reputation for sudden weather changes, but nothing in their collective experience had prepared them for the meteorological violence that was building beyond the northwestern horizon as they steamed toward their routine destination. The cargo manifest listed machinery parts, piping, and food supplies destined for Isle Royale's isolated communities, mundane freight that should have required nothing more than careful loading and steady navigation through familiar waters. Kamloops had completed similar runs dozens of times without incident, establishing her reputation as a reliable workhorse in the fleet that connected Lake Superior's scattered ports. But Lake Superior operates according to meteorological principles that can transform perfect sailing conditions into survival scenarios faster than any crew can respond to developing threats. The lake's enormous surface area and extreme depth create thermal conditions that generate weather systems with the intensity of ocean storms, but the unpredictability of mountain thunderstorms. As Kamloops approached Isle Royale through crystalline air and mirror-calm water, a massive low-pressure system was organizing over the Canadian wilderness north of the lake. Arctic air masses were colliding with residual warmth from the lake's surface, creating atmospheric instability that would soon manifest as one of the most violent winter storms in Great Lakes history. The transformation began around midday with subtle changes that experienced sailors learned to recognize: slight shifts in barometric pressure, barely perceptible alterations in wave patterns, changes in wind direction so gradual they seem insignificant until sudden escalation makes escape impossible. By afternoon, Kamloops was battling winds that had escalated from gentle breezes to gale force within hours. Wave heights increased exponentially as the storm gained strength, creating conditions that turned routine navigation into a fight for survival against forces that showed no mercy to human skill or mechanical engineering. The real danger came from ice formation that began coating the ship's superstructure as freezing spray accumulated faster than crew members could remove it. Each wave that crashed over Kamloops' deck added another layer of ice to her rigging, railings, and upper works, gradually raising her center of gravity beyond the point where naval architects had calculated she could remain stable. Top-heavy ships become death traps in rough seas, losing their ability to roll back upright after being struck by waves that would barely affect properly balanced vessels. As ice continued accumulating on Kamloops' upper structures, her stability margin decreased with each passing hour until she reached the point where recovery from a severe roll became impossible. No distress signal was ever transmitted, suggesting that the disaster unfolded too quickly for radio operators to send emergency calls. Modern analysis of similar Great Lakes ice loading incidents indicates that once critical stability limits are exceeded, foundering can occur within minutes as accumulated ice weight combines with wave action to roll ships beyond their ability to recover. The Kamloops vanished into Lake Superior's depths, carrying 22 men who likely had little warning that their routine cargo run had become a race against forces that were transforming their vessel from transportation into tomb. For 50 years she remained lost in water so deep and cold that even experienced salvage divers avoided searching the areas where sonar occasionally detected anomalous contacts. The breakthrough came when recreational diving technology advanced sufficiently to allow exploration of depths that had previously been accessible only to commercial operations. In 1977, a team of technical divers exploring near Isle Royale encountered a large metallic contact that sonar indicated was sitting upright on the lake floor at 260 feet depth. The wreck they discovered challenged every expectation about shipwreck deterioration in freshwater environments. Kamloops rested upright on Superior's bottom, her hull plates still intact, her cargo holds filled with machinery that remained recognizable despite decades of submersion. The lake's near-freezing temperatures and oxygen-poor depths had created preservation conditions that arrested decay processes that normally reduce shipwrecks to unrecognizable debris fields within years. But the most shocking discovery waited in the engine room, where divers encountered something that seemed to violate every natural law governing human remains in aquatic environments. Floating near the deck, tethered by remnants of clothing, was a perfectly preserved human figure whose skin had been transformed by cold water into a waxy, pale substance that gave him an almost artificial appearance. The body they named Old Whitey had been maintained in a state of preservation so complete that facial features remained clearly defined, clothing remnants still clung to the torso, and overall body structure showed minimal signs of decomposition despite 50 years of submersion. Lake Superior's unique chemistry and temperature conditions had essentially mummified the remains, creating a time capsule that preserved not just the ship, but one of her final occupants. Old Whitey became a landmark within the wreck, a figure that experienced technical divers approach with respect, bordering on reverence. His presence transforms exploration of Kamloops from historical investigation into encounter with preserved tragedy, a reminder that the ship contains more than just cargo and machinery. She holds human stories that continue to unfold long after their protagonists died. Divers who have spent time near Old Whitey report psychological effects that go beyond normal reaction to encountering human remains underwater. Some describe feeling observed during their explorations, as if the preserved figure maintains awareness that transcends physical death. Others report sudden equipment malfunctions or navigation confusion when approaching the engine room, phenomena that could be explained by psychological stress but seem to occur with unusual frequency. The scientific explanation for Old Whitey's preservation involves Lake Superior's unique environmental conditions that slow bacterial activity to near zero rates while preventing the chemical processes that normally break down organic matter. Water temperatures that remain just above freezing year-round, combined with extremely low oxygen levels at depth, create conditions similar to natural refrigeration that can maintain organic materials indefinitely. But the psychological impact of encountering such perfectly preserved remains extends far beyond scientific curiosity about decomposition rates. Old Whitey represents the human cost of Lake Superior's power to claim lives without warning, serving as a memorial to sailors who trusted their experience and equipment against forces that operate according to no human schedule. The identity of Old Whitey remains unknown, though speculation focuses on engine room personnel who would have been below deck when Kamloops foundered. Ship's records were lost with the vessel, making positive identification impossible, but his position within the wreck suggests he was likely a crew member performing duties in the area where his body was ultimately preserved. Some divers believe Old Whitey was attempting to reach emergency equipment when the ship went down, based on his position relative to safety gear storage areas. Others think he may have been trapped below deck when ice accumulation caused sudden capsizing, leaving him unable to reach escape routes before the ship settled on the bottom. Modern technical diving has made Kamloops accessible to experienced underwater explorers, but the wreck's depth and Superior's consistently cold water require specialized equipment and extensive training. Divers who visit the site often leave memorial tokens near Old Whitey, treating his location as a shrine to all Great Lakes sailors who have been claimed by waters that preserve their memories in ways that transcend normal understanding of death and remembrance. The story of SS Kamloops and Old Whitey serves as a reminder that the Great Lakes, despite their freshwater nature, and inland location can be as dangerous and unpredictable as any ocean. Lake Superior's size and depth create weather patterns that rival oceanic storms, while generating preservation conditions that turn shipwrecks into time capsules, holding perfectly preserved moments of maritime tragedy. Old Whitey continues to drift in Kamloops' engine room, a ghostly guardian whose presence ensures that visitors never forget the human cost of the lake's power to transform perfect sailing conditions into survival scenarios that test every limit of seamanship and courage. His preserved form serves as evidence that some waters hold on to their secrets with tenacity that transcends natural processes, creating monuments to human mortality that challenge our understanding of what's possible at the intersection of death and preservation. "The captain was still writing when the cold took him," whispered First Mate Thomas Morrison to his crew aboard the whaling vessel Hope as they stared across the ice at what should have been impossible. Pen frozen to his fingers, logbook open, last entry dated 17 years ago, but look at him. He could be sleeping if not for the frost in his beard. The year was 1840, and Morrison's men had just boarded a schooner they'd found drifting through Drake Passage, perfectly preserved in Antarctic ice like a museum exhibit that time had forgotten to claim. The ship's name, barely visible through the frost, coating her stern, read Jenny. How does a vessel vanish for nearly 2 decades, only to reappear as a floating tomb where death wears the mask of peaceful slumber? The story of Jenny begins in the early 1820s, during the golden age of Antarctic whaling, when fortunes could be made by captains brave enough to sail into the world's most hostile waters. Small schooners like Jenny represented the backbone of this dangerous industry, agile vessels that could navigate between icebergs and follow whale pods into waters where larger ships feared to venture. Jenny had departed from the Isle of Wight sometime around 1823, bound for the Southern Ocean in search of right whales whose oil commanded premium prices in European markets. Her captain and crew were experienced sealers who understood the risks of Antarctic navigation, but profits from a successful voyage could set them up for life. The Antarctic represented both opportunity and death sentence for early 19th century mariners. No reliable charts existed for most of the Southern Ocean. Weather forecasting meant watching cloud formations and wind patterns, and rescue was impossible once ships ventured beyond the reach of established shipping lanes. Yet the rewards justified extreme risks. Whale oil lit the lamps of London and New York, while seal fur adorned the wealthy across Europe and America. A single successful voyage could return cargo worth 10 times the ship's original value, making Antarctic whaling one of the few occupations where common sailors could become wealthy men. Jenny vanished into this wilderness of ice and opportunity sometime in 1823, joining the dozens of vessels that simply failed to return from Antarctic waters each season. No distress signals reached civilization, no wreckage washed up on distant shores, and eventually her owners wrote off both ship and crew as total loss. For 17 years, Jenny remained another casualty of mankind's attempt to extract wealth from places never meant for human habitation. Then in May 1840, the whaling ship Hope spotted something extraordinary drifting through the ice fields of Drake Passage. The vessel appeared perfectly preserved, her rigging intact despite years of exposure to Antarctic conditions. Ice had formed a protective shell around her hull, creating a crystalline cocoon that had apparently shielded Jenny from the storms and pressures that normally reduce shipwrecks to scattered debris. As Hope's crew approached the derelict schooner, they realized they were witnessing something that challenged every assumption about survival in polar environments. Jenny's crew remained at their posts, frozen in positions that suggested death had come gradually rather than through sudden catastrophe. The captain sat at his navigation table, quill pen still gripped in fingers that had turned white as marble. His logbook lay open to the final entry, dated May 4th, 1823. "No food for 71 days, I am the only one left alive." The ink had frozen mid-sentence, preserving his final words as clearly as if they'd been written moments before. Throughout the ship, Jenny's crew occupied the positions where cold had claimed them. The cook remained hunched over his galley stove, attempting to prepare a meal from supplies that had run out weeks earlier. Sailors lay in their bunks, wrapped in every piece of clothing they could find, faces peaceful, as if they'd simply fallen asleep and never awakened. The scene described by Hope's crew represents one of the most perfectly preserved maritime disasters in recorded history, assuming the account accurately describes what they discovered. Antarctic conditions can indeed maintain organic matter in states of preservation that seem almost supernatural to observers accustomed to normal decomposition processes. Modern Antarctic researchers have found similar examples of preservation that support the plausibility of Jenny's story. Ernest Shackleton's expedition discovered food caches from earlier Antarctic explorations that remained perfectly edible after decades of polar storage. Bodies of explorers who died in Antarctic conditions have been recovered in states of preservation so complete that cause of death could be determined through conventional autopsy. The scientific explanation involves Antarctic air temperatures that remain consistently below freezing, combined with extremely low humidity that prevents bacterial growth and chemical decomposition. In these conditions, organic matter essentially becomes freeze-dried, maintaining structural integrity for periods that would be impossible in temperate climates. But the mystery of Jenny extends beyond questions of preservation to issues of navigation and survival that challenge understanding of 19th century Antarctic exploration capabilities. How did a small schooner survive for 17 years in conditions that regularly destroy modern icebreakers? What prevented her from being crushed by pack ice or driven aground by Antarctic storms? The answer may lie in Jenny's entrapment within a massive ice floe that protected her from external forces while gradually freezing her crew. Ships caught in stable pack ice can survive for years if the ice formation remains solid, essentially becoming part of the frozen landscape until changing conditions release them back into open water. Historical records document several instances of ships surviving multi-year ice entrapment, though rarely with such perfectly preserved crews. The difference may have been Jenny's location within particularly stable ice formations that maintained consistent temperatures while providing protection from crushing pressures that normally destroy trapped vessels. The psychological impact of discovering Jenny reportedly affected Hope's crew for years afterward. Several sailors requested transfers to warmer waters, while others claimed to suffer nightmares about frozen ships drifting through endless ice fields populated by crews who had died but never truly departed. The story's endurance in maritime folklore speaks to deeper fears about polar exploration that persist even in the modern era. Antarctica remains one of the few places on Earth where humans can simply vanish without trace, where rescue is impossible once weather conditions deteriorate beyond safe navigation limits. Whether Jenny's story represents accurate historical account or maritime legend that evolved through repeated telling, it captures essential truths about Antarctic exploration that resonate across centuries of polar ventures. The Southern Ocean shows no mercy to human ambition, preserving both triumph and tragedy in equal measure. Some historians argue that Jenny's story originated from actual encounters with frozen ships that were subsequently embellished through oral tradition among sailors who spent months in isolation facing similar dangers. The psychological stress of Antarctic navigation could easily transform routine discoveries into supernatural encounters that seemed more mysterious with each retelling. Others suggest that Jenny represents a composite of multiple real incidents, combined into a single narrative that embodied common fears about Antarctic exploration. In this interpretation, Jenny becomes less important as historical fact than as cultural artifact that preserved collective understanding of polar dangers. The absence of official documentation doesn't necessarily discredit Jenny's story, since many Antarctic voyages of the 1820s left incomplete records due to the informal nature of whaling operations. Small schooners often departed with minimal paperwork, operated by captains who prioritized secrecy over documentation to protect valuable hunting grounds from competitors. Modern attempts to locate Jenny's wreck have focused on areas of Drake Passage where ice conditions could potentially preserve a wooden vessel for extended periods. Deep-sea surveys have identified several anomalous contacts that could represent shipwrecks, but positive identification remains impossible without detailed archaeological investigation. The continuing search for Jenny reflects broader human fascination with mysteries that exist at the boundaries of documented history and folklore. Whether she represents actual ship or symbolic warning about polar dangers, Jenny's story continues to influence how we understand the relationship between human ambition and natural forces that operate according to no human schedule. The ice remembers every ship that ventures into Antarctic waters, every crew that challenged the Southern Ocean's authority, every decision that led explorers beyond the point where return becomes impossible. Jenny represents all of these stories, whether she existed as single vessel or symbolic representation of humanity's eternal struggle against forces that dwarf our greatest technological achievements. In the vast emptiness of Antarctic waters where survival depends on factors beyond human control, and death can arrive wearing the mask of peaceful sleep, Jenny continues to drift through collective memory as a reminder that some mysteries preserve truths more important than historical facts. The sea keeps its secrets in ice that never melts, in stories that never die, and in warnings that echo across centuries of exploration into places where human beings were never meant to go. No Mayday call, no scattered lifeboats, no oil slick marking where the largest British merchant ship ever built had made her final stand against the Pacific's fury. When MV Derbyshire vanished during Typhoon Orchid on September 9, 1980, she took 44 souls into water so deep that it would take 17 years to find even fragments of her broken hull scattered across 2 miles of ocean floor. The absence of evidence should have made this another routine entry in maritime casualty reports. Ships sink in storms, crews are lost, investigations conclude with mechanical failure or human error. Instead, Derbyshire's disappearance sparked a decades-long investigation that would revolutionize understanding of how the ocean's most violent forces can destroy vessels that seemed too large to fail. What could tear apart a 965-foot bulk carrier so completely that 44 experienced sailors had no time to send even a brief distress signal before vanishing forever? The answer would challenge every assumption about maritime safety and reveal that the ocean still possessed weapons that no amount of human engineering could reliably defeat. MV Derbyshire represented the pinnacle of 1970s commercial shipbuilding, a monument to Britain's industrial confidence in an era when size and strength seemed to guarantee safety on the world's shipping routes. Launched in 1976 by Swanhunter Shipyard, she measured 965 feet from bow to stern, longer than the Titanic, and designed to carry massive loads of iron ore across the Pacific with efficiency that made smaller vessels obsolete. Her construction incorporated every lesson learned from decades of bulk carrier operations, with reinforced hull plating, sophisticated cargo handling systems, and emergency equipment that met all international safety standards. Derbyshire wasn't just large, she was engineered to survive conditions that would challenge any vessel, built by craftsmen who understood that commercial shipping demanded reliability above all other considerations. Captain Geoffrey Underhill commanded a crew of 42 experienced sailors who had collectively spent centuries navigating the world's most dangerous waters. On July 11, 1980, when Derbyshire departed Seven Islands, Quebec, loaded with 157,000 tons of iron ore pellets bound for Kawasaki, Japan, nothing suggested this voyage would differ from the hundreds of similar runs that had established bulk carriers as the backbone of international commerce. The cargo itself represented standard practice for Pacific ore transport, iron pellets loaded into massive holds that gave Derbyshire her economic purpose while creating the low center of gravity that provided stability in rough seas. Fully loaded bulk carriers rode deep in the water, their decks close to wave level, but their enormous mass made them remarkably stable platforms that could handle weather conditions that would overwhelm smaller vessels. For 7 weeks, Derbyshire made steady progress across the Atlantic and through the Panama Canal, encountering nothing more challenging than routine maintenance issues and normal weather variations. Her radio transmissions remained regular and professional, reporting position updates and estimated arrival times that suggested a voyage proceeding exactly according to plan. The first indication of potential trouble came as Derbyshire approached Japanese waters in early September, when meteorological reports began tracking typhoon Orchid's development in the western Pacific. Initially classified as a tropical storm, Orchid was following a track that would bring it into Derbyshire's planned route, but weather routing services calculated that the ship could transit the area before conditions became dangerous. Commercial shipping operates on schedules that leave little margin for weather delays, particularly for bulk carriers whose cargoes generate revenue only when delivered on time. Captain Underhill faced pressure common to all merchant mariners: the need to balance safety against economic realities that penalized delays regardless of their justification. Typhoon Orchid intensified faster than meteorologists predicted, escalating from tropical storm to Category 4 hurricane within hours as Derbyshire steamed toward the storm's projected path. By September 8th, wind speeds had reached 130 miles per hour, generating waves that exceeded 70 feet in height, conditions that challenged even the most robust vessels. On September 9th, Derbyshire transmitted her final routine position report, indicating that she was proceeding on course despite encountering heavy weather. Captain Underhill's voice remained calm and professional, suggesting no immediate concern about his ship's ability to handle the conditions they were experiencing. That transmission represented the last confirmed communication from MV Derbyshire. When she failed to check in on schedule 12 hours later, shipping company officials initially assumed radio equipment failure rather than serious emergency. Large commercial vessels carried multiple communication systems specifically designed to function during severe weather, making complete communication loss extremely unlikely. But as hours stretched into days with no word from Derbyshire, the magnitude of the situation became clear. Japanese Coast Guard aircraft began searching the area where the ship should have been, finding only scattered debris that included life raft containers and pieces of cargo hatch covers, evidence that something catastrophic had occurred, but no indication of survivors or intact wreckage. The international search effort that followed covered thousands of square miles of Pacific Ocean, employing ships, aircraft, and satellite imagery in an attempt to locate either survivors or wreckage that might explain what had happened to the missing bulk carrier. Despite the massive scale of the operation, searchers found nothing that provided definitive answers about Derbyshire's fate. For families of the lost crew, the absence of conclusive evidence created an agonizing uncertainty that would persist for nearly 2 decades. Without a located wreck or recovered bodies, they were left with questions about how their loved ones had died and whether the disaster could have been prevented through different decisions or better equipment. The mystery of Derbyshire's disappearance sparked intense debate within maritime safety circles, about the adequacy of existing bulk carrier design standards and the forces that large ships might encounter in extreme weather conditions. Some experts argued that no vessel, regardless of size, could survive direct encounter with the most violent phenomena the ocean could generate. Others contended that proper design and operation should enable bulk carriers to survive any weather conditions they might reasonably encounter, suggesting that Derbyshire's loss resulted from specific failures rather than overwhelming natural forces. This debate would continue until technology advanced sufficiently to locate and examine the wreck itself. The breakthrough came in 1994 when families of the lost crew successfully lobbied for a comprehensive underwater search using remotely operated vehicles capable of operating at extreme depths. The investigation that followed represented one of the most thorough deep-sea accident investigations ever undertaken, employing cutting-edge technology to locate and document wreckage scattered across the abyssal plain. What searchers found challenged every preconception about how large ships fail in extreme weather. Derbyshire lay broken into multiple sections, her hull plates twisted and separated by forces that had literally torn the vessel apart. The pattern of destruction suggested catastrophic structural failure that had occurred with shocking speed, explaining why no distress signals had been transmitted. The investigation revealed that Derbyshire's cargo hatch covers had failed catastrophically, allowing massive amounts of water to flood into holds that were never designed to remain watertight under extreme conditions. Once the first hold flooded, the weight distribution became so unbalanced that cascading failure throughout the ship's structure became inevitable. But what had caused the initial hatch failure? Analysis of weather conditions on September 9, 1980 suggested that Typhoon Orchid had generated wave patterns capable of producing rogue waves, enormous solitary walls of water that could rise far above the surrounding sea state without warning. Rogue waves, once dismissed as maritime folklore, had gained scientific credibility through satellite observations and instrument measurements that confirmed their existence and documented their capability to exceed 100 feet in height. For a bulk carrier riding low in the water due to heavy cargo loading, such a wave striking the forward section could generate forces that exceeded design limits for cargo hatch systems. The Derbyshire investigation concluded that a combination of extreme weather conditions and possible rogue wave impact had overwhelmed the ship's structural defenses, causing flooding that progressed too rapidly for the crew to respond effectively. The absence of distress signals indicated that the disaster had unfolded within minutes rather than hours, leaving no time for emergency procedures that might have saved lives. The findings led to comprehensive changes in bulk carrier safety regulations, including requirements for stronger hatch covers, improved structural standards, and enhanced weather routing procedures. In effect, Derbyshire's loss became a catalyst for maritime safety improvements that would protect future crews from similar disasters. But the investigation also confirmed unsettling truths about the limits of human engineering when confronted with the ocean's most extreme manifestations. Even the largest, most sophisticated vessels remained vulnerable to forces that operated beyond the parameters used in their design, reminding the maritime world that the sea retained weapons capable of destroying any ship humans could build. Today, MV Derbyshire rests permanently on the Pacific floor, her scattered remains serving as a monument to 44 people who trusted their lives to technology that proved insufficient against forces that follow no human schedule. Deep-sea imagery continues to document the slow deterioration of her structure as marine organisms gradually reclaim materials that once represented the height of human industrial achievement. The story of Derbyshire serves as a reminder that technological advancement, while reducing many maritime risks, cannot eliminate the fundamental equation that governs all ocean travel. humans venture onto waters that respond to no human authority and preserve their own versions of justice. Sometimes that justice arrives as a single wave, tall enough to rewrite history, fast enough to prevent any human response, powerful enough to demonstrate that the ocean will always hold advantages that no amount of engineering can overcome. Her legacy lives on in the safety regulations that protect modern bulk carriers, but also in the sobering recognition that the sea continues to test every vessel that ventures beyond sight of land. The ocean remembers every ship that challenges its authority, preserving their stories in depths that speak to anyone willing to listen about the price of assuming that size and strength can guarantee safe passage through waters that were never meant for human navigation. The schooner floated upright in the calm morning sea, her twin masts silhouetted against grey sky like fingers reaching toward heaven from a grave that refused to stay closed. When Captain Samuel Harrison first spotted her through his spyglass in 1847, he thought he'd found survivors from a recent wreck. Instead, he discovered something that would haunt his dreams until the day he died 30 years later. The ship bore the name Water Witch on her stern, painted in letters still crisp despite months or perhaps years of abandonment. Her sails hung in tatters, but her hull remained sound, riding the swells with the grace of a vessel designed to cut through coastal waters with supernatural speed. What Harrison found aboard the Water Witch would challenge everything he thought he knew about the difference between the living and the dead. How does a crew vanish so completely that they leave behind a ship preserved like a museum, yet haunted by presences that seem to watch from empty spaces? The Water Witch had earned her reputation as one of the fastest schooners on America's eastern seaboard long before she became a legend. Built in Baltimore in 1843, she combined innovative design with traditional craftsmanship, creating a vessel that could outrun most anything on the water while carrying substantial cargo loads between ports from Maine to Georgia. Her speed made her valuable to merchants who needed time-sensitive deliveries, but it also attracted attention from smugglers and pirates who understood that a fast ship could mean the difference between profit and prison. Captain Robert Hendley commanded the Water Witch with a crew of 12 experienced sailors who took pride in their vessel's reputation for reliability and speed. In the summer of 1846, Water Witch departed Norfolk with a cargo of manufactured goods bound for Savannah, following a route she had completed dozens of times without incident. The weather was favorable, the crew experienced, and nothing suggested this voyage would differ from any other routine coastal run. But Water Witch never reached Savannah. Days passed, then weeks with no word from Henley or his crew. Search vessels found no wreckage, no debris, no indication of where the schooner might have encountered trouble. She had simply vanished into the vast expanse of the Atlantic as if she had never existed. For months, Water Witch remained another entry in the long list of vessels presumed lost at sea, her disappearance generating insurance claims and widows' benefits, but little sustained interest from maritime authorities who dealt with such losses regularly. The coastal shipping trade was dangerous, and vessels disappeared frequently enough that individual tragedies quickly faded from public attention. Then came the first sighting. In March 1847, the merchant vessel Prosperity reported encountering a schooner matching Water Witch's description, drifting approximately 50 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras. According to Captain Harrison's log, the vessel appeared intact, but showed no signs of life aboard. When Prosperity attempted to approach for closer investigation, fog rolled in from the east, and the mystery ship vanished from sight. Over the following months, similar reports trickled in from other vessels operating along the mid-Atlantic coast. Captains described seeing a two-masted schooner sailing alone through waters where no ship should have been, her course erratic, her speed varying without apparent reason. The most detailed account came from Captain James Morrison of the cargo vessel Baltimore, who claimed to have successfully boarded the derelict schooner during a calm morning in June 1847. According to Morrison's testimony, the ship was indeed the Water Witch, and her condition defied rational explanation. The vessel appeared perfectly maintained, despite obvious signs of long abandonment. Her cargo remained properly secured in the hold, personal belongings lay undisturbed in crew quarters, and the galley contained provisions that should have spoiled months earlier. Yet no human being remained aboard, living or dead. Morrison described an atmosphere of overwhelming unease that affected his entire boarding party, experienced sailors who had explored dozens of wrecks and derelicts without experiencing similar psychological distress. Several men reported hearing voices and footsteps from empty sections of the ship, while others claimed to feel watched by invisible presences that seemed to move just beyond the edge of perception. The boarding party retreated to their own vessel within an hour, taking only the ship's log as evidence of their discovery. When they looked back, Water Witch had vanished once again, disappearing into clear daylight as mysteriously as she had appeared. The logbook they recovered contained entries dating up to the day before Water Witch's scheduled arrival in Savannah, with no indication of trouble or unusual circumstances. Captain Henley's final entry described fair weather and normal progress, ending with routine notations about sail trim and estimated arrival time. What had happened in the hours between that final log entry and the ship's transformation into a floating mystery? The absence of any distress signals suggested that whatever occurred had either happened too quickly for the crew to respond, or had involved circumstances so unprecedented that conventional emergency procedures proved inadequate. Some investigators theorized that Water Witch had encountered pirates who murdered the crew and threw their bodies overboard, but this explanation failed to account for the undisturbed cargo and personal effects that pirates would certainly have plundered. Others suggested that disease had killed the crew, but rapid illness would have left bodies aboard rather than the complete absence of human remains that characterized the mystery. More exotic theories emerged as sightings continued throughout 1847 and into 1848. Some witnesses claimed to see spectral figures moving about Water Witch's deck, describing shadowy forms that performed routine sailing tasks before disappearing when observed directly. These accounts transformed the practical mystery of a missing crew into something approaching supernatural phenomenon. The psychological impact of Water Witch sightings extended beyond individual witnesses to affect entire crews who reported encountering the ghost ship. Several vessels requested transfers to different routes after their officers described unsettling encounters with the derelict schooner, while others simply altered course to avoid areas where sightings had been reported. Maritime insurance companies began investigating Water Witch claims more thoroughly after accumulating multiple reports from credible witnesses, but their investigations yielded no conclusive evidence about the schooner's fate or the circumstances surrounding her crew's disappearance. The sightings gradually decreased through 1848 and ceased entirely by 1849, suggesting that Water Witch had finally succumbed to the same forces that eventually claim all derelict vessels. Without maintenance or active sailing, even the most seaworthy ship will eventually be overwhelmed by storms, structural fatigue, or simple deterioration from prolonged exposure to salt water. Yet the mystery of what happened to Captain Henley and his 12 crew members remained unsolved, generating speculation that continues to this day among maritime historians who study unexplained disappearances from the age of sail. The complete absence of human remains, combined with the undisturbed condition of the ship's interior, creates a puzzle that resists conventional explanation. Modern theories about Water Witch's fate focus on sudden atmospheric phenomena that could have incapacitated or displaced the crew without damaging the vessel itself. Freak weather events, including waterspouts and microbursts, can generate forces capable of sweeping people from ships' decks while leaving the vessels themselves relatively intact. Another possibility involves toxic gas emissions from cargo or ballast that could have killed the crew quickly enough to prevent distress signals while preserving the ship's structure and contents. Ships carrying certain chemicals or organic materials can generate deadly atmospheric conditions under specific circumstances, creating invisible killers that leave no trace once ventilation restores normal air quality. The supernatural elements of Water Witch's story may represent psychological responses to encounters with phenomena that witnesses couldn't explain using available knowledge about natural forces and maritime hazards. In an era when scientific understanding of atmospheric and oceanic conditions remained limited, crews might interpret unusual but natural events as evidence of supernatural intervention. Water Witch's legend endures because it embodies fundamental fears about the ocean's power to erase human presence, while preserving physical evidence that something terrible has occurred. The image of an intact ship sailing without crew touches deep anxieties about isolation, death, and the possibility that the sea itself might possess consciousness capable of deliberate malevolence. Whether Water Witch represented genuine supernatural phenomenon, natural disaster with unprecedented characteristics, or collective psychological response to maritime stress, her story serves as a reminder that the ocean continues to generate mysteries that challenge human understanding. Some ships vanish completely, leaving no trace of their fate, while others return as riddles that may never be solved. The sea remembers every vessel that ventures onto its surface, preserving their stories in forms that sometimes transcend rational explanation. Water Witch sailed into waters that keep their own version of every story, transforming routine voyages into legends that refuse to remain buried beneath the waves. The explosion echoed across the Adriatic for exactly 7 seconds, a thunderous crack that shattered the morning calm, followed by the sound of rushing water and screaming passengers as Baron Gautsch began her final dive toward the seabed. Then silence returned to waters that had just witnessed the Austro-Hungarian Empire destroy one of its own most elegant vessels with a mine intended to protect it. The irony would have been perfect if it hadn't cost 150 lives on a ship that represented everything the Empire wanted the world to believe about its technological sophistication and maritime prowess. How does a luxury passenger steamer sailing in perfect weather conditions become a victim of her own Navy's defensive preparations, sinking so quickly that most passengers never reached the deck? The answer lies in the chaos of August 1914, when the outbreak of World War I transformed the peaceful Adriatic into a defensive battleground where even routine passenger service became a gamble with forces that recognized no distinction between friend and enemy. Baron Gautsch embodied the confidence of an empire at its peak, a testament to Austro-Hungarian engineering and luxury that had been launched in 1908 during the final golden years before war consumed European civilization. Built by the prestigious Austrian Lloyd Shipping Company, she measured 280 feet of polished elegance, designed to ferry wealthy passengers between the Empire's Adriatic ports in unprecedented comfort. Her interiors reflected the opulence that characterized Edwardian-era ocean travel, with richly appointed salons featuring hand-carved mahogany panels, crystal chandeliers, and accommodations that rivaled the finest hotels in Vienna or Budapest. The dining salon could seat 200 passengers beneath a vaulted ceiling decorated with frescoes depicting Austrian naval victories, while the smoking lounge offered leather chairs and imported cigars for gentlemen discussing business or politics. Captain Paul Rudin commanded Baron Gautsch with the authority of a man who understood the that his vessel served as a floating embassy for an empire that prided itself on technological advancement and cultural refinement. His crew of 60 included officers trained at Austria's Naval Academy and stewards who spoke multiple languages to accommodate the international clientele that chose Austrian Lloyd for travel between Trieste, Kotor, and other Adriatic destinations. On August 13, 1914, Baron Gautsch departed Kotor, carrying 330 passengers and crew on what should have been a routine 13-hour voyage to Trieste. Among the passengers were Austrian officials returning from administrative duties in the newly annexed territories, wealthy tourists extending their summer holidays despite mounting political tensions, and business travelers who assumed that commercial shipping would continue operating normally despite the war that had erupted just weeks earlier. The Adriatic in August 1914 remained superficially peaceful, with passenger ships maintaining regular schedules and commercial traffic proceeding along established routes. But beneath this facade of normality, the Austrian Navy had begun implementing defensive measures designed to protect the Empire's vital sea lanes from enemy attack. Defensive minefields represented the most immediate threat to civilian navigation, since mines made no distinction between warships and passenger vessels. The Austrian Naval Command had deployed these weapons along approaches to major ports, creating underwater barriers that could destroy any vessel unfortunate enough to encounter them. The challenge lay in coordinating mine deployment with civilian shipping schedules, a complex logistical problem that required precise communication between naval authorities and merchant ship operators. In peacetime, such coordination would have been managed through established bureaucratic channels with careful attention to safety protocols. But August 1914 was not peacetime, and the Austrian military was struggling to implement wartime procedures while maintaining the illusion of business as usual that civilian morale seemed to require. Mine locations were classified information that couldn't be shared with civilian captains, yet passenger ships needed safe passage through waters that were becoming increasingly dangerous. Captain Rudan faced a navigation challenge that had no precedent in peacetime sailing. He understood that minefields existed somewhere along his route, but lacked specific information about their locations or the safe channels that naval vessels used to avoid them. His charts showed traditional shipping lanes that might no longer be safe, while alternative routes could take him into unfamiliar waters with their own hazards. The weather on August 13th offered perfect visibility and calm seas that should have made navigation straightforward, but these ideal conditions couldn't eliminate the uncertainty created by invisible threats lurking beneath the surface. Baron Gautsch proceeded along her normal route toward Trieste, maintaining the schedule that passengers expected, while Captain Rudan tried to balance speed against safety in waters that had become a maze of hidden dangers. At approximately 2:30 p.m., somewhere off the Croatian coast near the island of Lošinj, Baron Gautsch encountered one of the Empire's own defensive mines. The explosion that followed demonstrated the devastating effectiveness of weapons designed to destroy enemy warships when they struck an unarmored passenger vessel. The mine detonated against Baron Gautsch's port side with sufficient force to rupture multiple watertight compartments simultaneously, creating flooding that overwhelmed the ship's pumping capacity within minutes. Passengers in the dining salon reported feeling the deck shift violently beneath their feet before water began pouring through passages that connected the ship's lower levels. Panic replaced the leisurely atmosphere of luxury travel as passengers realized their vessel was sinking rapidly in water too deep for most people to swim to safety. The crew attempted to lower lifeboats, but the ship's severe list made normal evacuation procedures impossible. Many lifeboats capsized immediately upon hitting the water, while others became tangled in rigging as Baron Gautsch rolled toward her final position. The speed of the disaster prevented organized evacuation procedures that might have saved more lives. Baron Gautsch sank in less than 10 minutes from the moment of explosion, carrying passengers and crew who had been enjoying lunch just moments before the mine transformed their luxury voyage into a fight for survival in the Adriatic's unforgiving waters. Rescue vessels arrived too late to save most of those who had gone down with the ship, though they managed to recover survivors who had reached lifeboats or debris that provided temporary flotation. The casualty count varied depending on the source, but most estimates placed the death toll at approximately 50 people out of the 330 who had boarded at Kotor. The immediate aftermath of the disaster revealed the confusion and disorganization that characterized early wartime operations. Naval authorities blamed the shipping company for failing to follow proper routing procedures, while Austrian Lloyd accused the Navy of inadequate mine marking and poor communication about safe passages. Captain Rudin survived the sinking but faced intense scrutiny about his navigation decisions in the hours leading up to the explosion. Some investigators suggested he had deliberately deviated from prescribed routes to save time, while others argued that the Navy had failed to provide adequate information about mine locations. The controversy surrounding Baron Gautsch's destruction was quickly overshadowed by larger military disasters, as World War I escalated into total warfare that made individual shipping casualties seem insignificant compared to battles that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. The Adriatic became a theater of submarine warfare and naval raids that made passenger service impossible, regardless of mine threats. Baron Gautsch settled on the seabed near the Croatian coast, where her wreck would remain undisturbed for decades until recreational diving technology advanced sufficiently to allow exploration of sites at 130-foot depths. When divers finally reached the wreck, they found a time capsule from the final moments of the Belle Epoque, perfectly preserved beneath the Adriatic's clear waters. The ship's interior remained remarkably intact despite the violence of her sinking, with personal belongings scattered throughout passenger cabins and dining areas where elegant furnishings had been preserved by cold water and lack of oxygen. Divers reported an eerie sensation while exploring Baron Gautsch, as if the ship retained traces of the panic and confusion that had characterized her final moments. Modern exploration of the wreck has revealed details about the mine explosion that support theories about the weapon's devastating effectiveness against civilian vessels. The hole torn in Baron Gautsch's hull measured approximately 20 feet in diameter, creating damage that would have been fatal to any passenger ship, regardless of its size or construction. The location of the explosion, below the waterline near the ship's center of gravity, ensured rapid flooding that made survival dependent on reaching the upper decks before watertight compartments failed completely. For passengers trapped below deck when the mine detonated, escape became impossible within the few minutes available before Baron Gautsch began her final plunge. Today, Baron Gautsch rests as one of the Adriatic's most popular advanced diving sites, attracting underwater explorers who come to witness a perfectly preserved example of Edwardian luxury transformed into underwater monument. The wreck serves as a reminder of how quickly technological progress can be undone by forces that operate beyond human control. Her story embodies the tragic irony of an empire that destroyed one of its own finest achievements through defensive measures designed to protect what the weapons ultimately helped destroy. Baron Gautsch became a metaphor for the Austro-Hungarian Empire itself. Elegant, sophisticated, and ultimately doomed by conflicts it couldn't control or understand. The Adriatic preserves her memory in waters that remember every ship destroyed by human folly, every passenger who trusted their lives to vessels caught between forces larger than individual survival. Baron Gautsch's legacy endures as warning that even the most luxurious travel can become deadly when nations transform peaceful waters into battlegrounds where friend and enemy become indistinguishable beneath the waves. The crews saved themselves while women and children drowned in sight of half-empty lifeboats, yet SS Arctic had been designed as the pinnacle of maritime safety and luxury. On September 27, 1854, the most advanced steamship in the American fleet became a floating monument to how quickly civilized behavior can collapse when survival instincts override moral obligation. The contradiction haunts maritime historians to this day. How did a vessel built to represent American technological superiority become synonymous with cowardice and the abandonment of maritime's most sacred principles? The answer lies in understanding that technological advancement means nothing when human character fails under pressure, and that the ocean reveals truth about civilization that no amount of luxury can disguise. SS Arctic represented everything America wanted to prove about its industrial capabilities during the 1850s, when national pride depended partly on demonstrating that American engineering could rival British maritime supremacy. Launched in 1850 by the Collins Line, she measured 284 feet of gleaming innovation designed to challenge Cunard's dominance of transatlantic passenger service. The ship embodied cutting-edge technology wrapped in unprecedented luxury, featuring side-wheel propulsion that could maintain consistent speed regardless of wind conditions, passenger accommodations that rivaled the finest hotels in New York or London, and cargo capacity that made her commercially viable even when passenger bookings fell short of expectations. Captain James Loser commanded Arctic with the authority of a man who understood that his vessel served as floating embassy for American technological ambition. His passengers included wealthy merchants, government officials, and cultural leaders who expected service that justified premium fares while demonstrating American capability to provide transportation equal to anything Europe could offer. The Collins Line had invested enormous sums in vessels like Arctic, gambling that superior speed and luxury could capture enough market share to justify the massive costs of building and operating steamships that pushed technological boundaries beyond proven capabilities. This financial pressure created operational demands that sometimes conflicted with safety considerations. By September 1854, Arctic had established herself as one of the most reliable vessels on the North Atlantic route, completing dozens of crossings without serious incident, while maintaining schedules that impressed passengers accustomed to the uncertainties of sailing ship travel. Her reputation for punctuality and comfort attracted exactly the kind of clientele the Collins Line needed to justify their investment. On September 27th, Arctic departed Liverpool, carrying 408 passengers and crew on what should have been another routine crossing to New York. Among the passengers were Captain Luce's own wife and 2 children, along with families of other prominent Americans who trusted their lives to a vessel they considered the safest way to cross the Atlantic. The weather remained favorable as Arctic steamed westward through shipping lanes that carried increasing traffic as steamship service expanded between Europe and North America. The North Atlantic in 1854 lacked the traffic control systems that would later reduce collision risks, requiring captains to navigate by sight and experience through waters where multiple vessels might converge without warning. Approximately 50 miles southeast of Cape Race, Newfoundland, lookouts aboard Arctic spotted another vessel approaching through morning fog that had reduced visibility to dangerous levels. The ship proved to be Vesta, a much smaller French vessel that appeared to be on a collision course despite efforts by both captains to alter heading. The collision occurred at approximately noon when Vesta struck Arctic's starboard side just forward of the paddle wheel, punching a hole below the waterline that immediately began flooding the engine compartment and adjacent spaces. The impact seemed minor at first, but water entering the ship quickly overwhelmed pumping capacity and threatened the boilers that provided Arctic's propulsion. Captain Luce initially believed his ship could survive the damage, since Arctic's size and construction should have provided sufficient reserve buoyancy to handle flooding from a relatively small breach. But the location of the hull, combined with design features that prioritized passenger comfort over watertight integrity, created flooding patterns that made survival increasingly unlikely. As water reached critical electrical and mechanical systems, Arctic lost power and began developing a severe list that made normal evacuation procedures impossible. The crew's training for emergency situations proved inadequate when confronted with conditions that exceeded their experience and exposed gaps in safety planning that no one had anticipated. What followed became one of maritime history's most shameful episodes, as panic replaced the discipline that passenger safety required. Crew members abandoned their posts to save themselves, launching lifeboats that were only partially filled while passengers remained trapped on a sinking vessel. The breakdown of order revealed ugly truths about human nature under extreme stress. Many crew members who should have been assisting passenger evacuation instead focused on their own survival, abandoning maritime traditions that designated women and children as priority for limited lifeboat space. Captain Luce attempted to maintain discipline while searching for his own family, but the speed of Arctic's deterioration prevented organized evacuation procedures that might have saved more lives. His wife and children were among the passengers who never reached the lifeboats, dying within sight of vessels that could have carried them to safety. Arctic sank approximately 4 hours after the collision, carrying 322 people to the bottom of the North Atlantic. Only 85 survivors reached safety, most of them crew members who had saved themselves while abandoning the passengers they were supposed to protect. The rescue of Vesta's crew by surviving Arctic lifeboats added bitter irony to the disaster, since the French vessel remained afloat despite damage that should have been more serious than Arctic's injuries. Vesta eventually reached port safely, while Arctic's superior size and construction proved insufficient to save her from flooding that overwhelmed safety systems designed by engineers who had never tested their theories under actual disaster conditions. News of the Arctic disaster shocked both America and Europe, not only because of the massive loss of life, but because of the crew's abandonment of fundamental maritime principles. Newspaper accounts described scenes of cowardice that challenged public faith in steamship safety and the character of men entrusted with passenger protection. The tragedy exposed serious flaws in both ship design and crew training that reflected broader problems with rapid technological advancement that outpaced understanding of safety requirements. Arctic's lifeboats could accommodate only a fraction of the people aboard, while crew members lacked sufficient training for emergencies that required complex coordination under extreme pressure. Public outrage over the Arctic disaster led to significant changes in maritime safety regulations, including requirements for adequate lifeboat capacity and improved crew training for emergency procedures. But these reforms came too late for the 322 people who died because existing safety systems proved inadequate when tested by actual disaster. The Collins Line never recovered from the reputational damage caused by Arctic's loss and the cowardice displayed by her crew. Public confidence in American steamship operations declined dramatically, allowing British companies to regain market dominance that they would maintain for decades. Despite numerous attempts to locate Arctic's wreck, her final resting place remains unknown. The ship likely drifted considerable distance from the collision site before sinking, carried by currents into waters too deep for 19th century salvage technology to reach. Modern search efforts have been limited by the lack of precise location data and the North Atlantic's notorious weather conditions that make extensive underwater exploration difficult and expensive. Without confirmed wreck location, many details about Arctic's final moments remain matters of speculation rather than documented fact. The absence of physical wreckage means that Arctic's story survives primarily through survivor testimony and newspaper accounts that may have been influenced by the emotional and political reactions that followed the disaster. Some details about crew behavior may have been exaggerated, while other aspects of the tragedy might have been minimized to protect reputations or avoid further scandal. Yet the essential facts remain undisputed. Arctic was lost due to collision damage that should not have been fatal to a properly designed vessel, and most passengers died because crew members abandoned their responsibilities to save themselves. These truths reflect broader problems with maritime safety during an era when technological confidence exceeded actual capability. The Arctic disaster serves as a reminder that technological advancement without corresponding attention to safety systems and human training creates false confidence that can prove deadly when reality tests theoretical capabilities. The ocean respects no human pretensions about superiority or safety, preserving its own version of justice that operates beyond corporate profits or national pride. Today, Arctic rests somewhere beneath the North Atlantic, holding secrets about her final hours that may never be revealed. Her story endures as a warning that reveals who people really are beneath their civilized pretensions. Arctic's legacy lives on in maritime regulations written in the blood of passengers who trusted their lives to men who proved unworthy of that trust when facing forces that demanded heroism rather than self-preservation. The morning of February 17, 1944, dawned perfect for naval operations. Crystal clear visibility, calm seas, and not a cloud in the tropical sky above Truk Lagoon. Japanese sailors aboard more than 60 warships and cargo vessels went about their morning routines with no sense that this paradise would become their underwater tomb before sunset. The weather couldn't have been more ideal for what was about to unfold, the most devastating single-day naval destruction in Pacific War history. By nightfall, an entire fleet would rest beneath waters that had seemed so peaceful just hours before, creating the world's largest underwater graveyard, where death and beauty merged into something both magnificent and terrible. How does perfect operational weather become the backdrop for complete annihilation, transforming a tropical paradise into a mass grave that still haunts the depths 70 years later? The answer lies in understanding that sometimes the most beautiful conditions become witness to humanity's most devastating moments, preserving them forever in environments too perfect to let the dead rest in peace. Truk Lagoon had served as Japan's most strategically important naval base in the Central Pacific, a massive atoll system that nature had designed as if specifically for military purposes. The lagoon's protective coral reefs created a natural fortress that could shelter entire fleets while providing multiple channels for vessels to enter and exit according to operational requirements. By 1944, Truk functioned as the nerve center for Japanese Pacific operations, housing administrative headquarters, supply depots, repair facilities, and anchorage for the combined fleet's most powerful vessels. The base supported over 40,000 military personnel who had transformed the tropical paradise into an impregnable fortress that Allied strategists called the Gibraltar of the Pacific. The lagoon's geography provided natural advantages that seemed impossible to overcome through conventional attack. Coral reefs blocked underwater approaches while creating defensive positions for coastal artillery, and the atoll's multiple islands provided dispersed targets that would require massive coordination to neutralize simultaneously. Japanese naval commanders considered Truk virtually immune to serious attack, protected by distance from Allied bases and defended by aircraft squadrons, coastal guns, and the natural barriers that had made the lagoon attractive as a naval facility. Intelligence reports suggested that Allied forces lacked the capability to project sufficient power across the vast Pacific distances required to threaten such a heavily fortified position. This confidence proved catastrophic when American naval aviation reached the operational capability necessary to launch coordinated strikes against targets that had previously been beyond effective attack range. Operation Hailstone represented the culmination of technological and tactical developments that transformed naval warfare in ways that Japanese strategists had failed to anticipate. On February 17, 1944, American carrier aircraft appeared over Truk Lagoon in numbers that overwhelmed every defensive system the Japanese had installed. The attack commenced with pre-dawn strikes against airfields that eliminated Japanese air cover before pilots could mount effective resistance, leaving ships in the lagoon defenseless against subsequent bombing runs. What followed became a methodical destruction of an entire naval infrastructure as American pilots targeted vessels according to predetermined priorities that maximized both immediate damage and long-term strategic impact. Warships received priority attention, followed by tankers and supply vessels that supported fleet operations, then cargo ships carrying materials essential for continued Japanese resistance. The perfect weather conditions that had seemed so benign that morning enabled American pilots to execute precision attacks with devastating accuracy. Clear visibility allowed bombardiers to identify specific targets and place ordnance with surgical precision, while calm seas prevented ships from using evasive maneuvers that might have reduced damage from aerial attack. Japanese sailors found themselves trapped in a killing zone with no effective means of defense or escape. Anti-aircraft guns proved inadequate against the overwhelming numbers of attacking aircraft, while ships' mobility was restricted by the same coral reefs that were supposed to provide protection from enemy approach. The destruction unfolded with mechanical precision as American pilots systematically destroyed target after target throughout the day. Ships exploded from direct bomb hits, burned from incendiary attacks, or simply settled into the lagoon's depths as flooding overwhelmed damage control efforts. By evening, the lagoon's clear water had become a hellscape of burning oil, floating debris, and dying vessels that were slowly disappearing beneath waves stained with fuel and blood. The natural paradise had been transformed into an underwater cemetery that would preserve the violence forever in depths too beautiful to forget. The immediate tactical results exceeded every American expectation. Over 60 vessels had been sunk or damaged beyond repair, including major warships, crucial supply vessels, and irreplaceable support craft that had taken years to build and position in the Central Pacific. Japanese naval capability in the region was effectively eliminated in a single day, but the long-term consequences proved even more significant as the destruction of Truk forced Japanese strategists to abandon forward defensive positions and retreat toward positions closer to the home islands. The psychological impact of losing such a heavily fortified base undermined confidence in defensive strategies that had seemed impregnable just days before. The lagoon fell silent after the American task force departed, leaving behind underwater wreckage that would remain largely undisturbed for decades as the war moved closer to Japan and post-war development focused on rebuilding rather than exploring sunken fleets in remote Pacific locations. When recreational diving technology finally advanced sufficiently to allow exploration of Truk's depths in the 1960s, divers discovered something unprecedented: an entire naval base preserved beneath tropical waters in conditions that had maintained artifacts with museum-quality preservation. The wrecks revealed intimate details about daily life aboard warships that had been frozen at the moment of destruction. Personal belongings remained in crew quarters, medical supplies sat undisturbed on shelves, and machinery stood ready for operation despite decades of submersion in salt water. Most haunting were the human remains that divers found throughout the wrecks. Sailors who had been trapped below deck when their ships sank, preserved in positions that suggested they had continued performing their duties even as death approached through rising water or toxic smoke. The San Francisco Maru, perhaps the most famous wreck in the lagoon, still holds a complete cargo of military vehicles, weapons and ammunition that provides unparalleled insight into Japanese logistics and equipment. Divers can swim through cargo holds filled with tanks, trucks and artillery pieces that were destined for Pacific battlefields but never reached their intended destinations. These perfectly preserved artifacts transform underwater exploration into historical investigation, allowing divers to examine military technology and personal items that tell individual stories about sailors who died far from home in a war that consumed everything they had known about their world. But Truk Lagoon's preservation comes with psychological costs that affect even experienced divers. Many report feeling observed while exploring the wrecks, as if the ships retain consciousness that transcends physical destruction. Equipment malfunctions occur with unusual frequency, while underwater currents seem to shift without meteorological explanation. The presence of human remains throughout the fleet creates an atmosphere that combines historical fascination with profound respect for the dead. For Japanese families, the lagoon represents a war grave that deserves reverence rather than recreational exploration, adding cultural sensitivity to the technical challenges of deep-water diving. Modern conservation efforts attempt to document the fleet before tropical marine growth and metal corrosion destroy artifacts that have survived 70 years underwater. But time is running out as coral gradually breaks down steel structures, while salt water continues the slow dissolution of everything humans built. The mystery of Truk Lagoon isn't how the ships were lost. Operation Hailstone is thoroughly documented in military records that detail every aspect of the attack. Instead, the mystery lies in what the preserved fleet reveals about the intersection of human ambition and natural forces that operate beyond any strategic planning. Each wreck tells a story about lives interrupted at the moment when individual survival became impossible, preserving final moments in underwater museums that allow modern visitors to witness the exact instant when military power was overwhelmed by forces it couldn't control or predict. The lagoon's tropical beauty provides a surreal contrast to the violence it preserves, creating an environment where death and life coexist in ways that challenge conventional understanding of how war should be remembered. Colorful fish swim through gun turrets, while coral transforms armor plating into underwater gardens that blur the boundaries between destruction and creation. Truk Lagoon serves as a reminder that the ocean preserves everything according to its own schedule, maintaining evidence of human conflicts long after the participants have been forgotten by surface history. In depths that combine paradise with tragedy, the ghost fleet of Truk Lagoon continues its eternal patrol through waters that refuse to let the dead rest quietly beneath the waves. "I saw her plain as day," whispered First Officer Charles Webb to the harbour master at Portsmouth, his hands still shaking from what he'd witnessed off the Isle of Wight. Full-rigged frigate, sailing against the wind, every sail drawing though there wasn't breath of air. When I hailed her, she just faded, like she was made of morning mist. That was April 1879, 1 year after HMS Eurydice had capsized within sight of home, taking 358 souls to the bottom of the Solent. Webb's account joined dozens of similar reports from credible witnesses who swore they'd seen the training ship still trying to complete her final voyage home. How does a vessel lost in a sudden storm continue to sail the same waters where she met her doom, appearing to witnesses who knew nothing of her tragic fate? The answer may lie in understanding that some tragedies leave impressions so profound they seem to imprint themselves permanently on the places where they occurred, creating echoes that transcend the boundary between what was and what continues to be. HMS Eurydice had begun her career as a fighting ship, one of the Royal Navy's 26-gun frigates, built in 1843 when wooden walls still protected British interests across the globe. For 35 years, she had served with distinction in various capacities, but by the 1870s her role had evolved into something more peaceful, yet equally important, training the next generation of sailors who would maintain Britain's naval supremacy. The ship's conversion to training vessel reflected the Royal Navy's recognition that peacetime offered opportunities to develop seamanship skills without the immediate pressure of combat. Young men from across the British Isles came aboard Eurydice to learn navigation, sail handling, and the countless details that separated competent sailors from passengers who happened to be at sea. On March 6, 1878, Eurydice departed Bermuda with 319 crew members and trainees aboard, bound for Portsmouth at the completion of a training cruise that had taken them through Caribbean waters, where Britain maintained important naval stations. Captain Marcus Hare commanded a vessel filled with young men eager to see their homeland again after months at sea. The voyage proceeded normally across the Atlantic, with fair weather and steady winds that allowed the crew to practice the skills they had been learning. By March 24th, Eurydice was approaching familiar waters off England's south coast, with the Isle of Wight visible on the horizon, a sight that meant home to sailors who had been away for months. The weather remained benign as the ship approached the Solent, the narrow channel between the Isle of Wight and the Hampshire coast. Local conditions appeared perfect for the final approach to Portsmouth, with moderate winds and clear visibility that should have made navigation straightforward for a crew that knew these waters intimately. But the English Channel is notorious for sudden weather changes that can transform perfect sailing conditions into life-threatening situations within minutes. At approximately 4 p.m, as Eurydice sailed past the western end of the Isle of Wight, a violent snow squall swept in from the Atlantic with no warning. The squall struck with the force of a meteorological ambush, bringing hurricane-force winds and blinding snow that instantly reduced visibility to zero. Eurydice, still carrying full sail to catch the fair breeze that had been pushing her homeward, was caught completely unprepared for the sudden change in conditions. The physics of what happened next were as brutal as they were inevitable. Eurydice's sails, designed to harness moderate winds efficiently, became massive liabilities when struck by gusts exceeding 80 miles per hour. The sudden pressure heeled the ship beyond her stability limits, while the crew struggled to reduce sail area before the vessel capsized. Water poured through the gun ports that had been left open to provide ventilation for the crew quarters below. As Eurydice rolled past the point where she could recover, the ocean rushed into spaces that were never designed to remain watertight during extreme heel angles, creating flooding that made capsizing inevitable. The disaster unfolded with shocking speed that prevented effective response from even experienced sailors. Within minutes of the squall's arrival, Eurydice had turned turtle, trapping most of her crew below deck, in spaces that became death chambers as the ship settled into her final position. Only 2 men survived the catastrophe: ordinary seaman Sidney Fletcher and able seaman Benjamin Cuddiford, who managed to reach the surface and cling to floating debris until rescue boats could reach them. Their testimony provided the only eyewitness account of Eurydice's final moments, describing chaos that overwhelmed every safety procedure they had been taught. The loss of 358 men within sight of home shocked Victorian Britain in ways that reflected the era's confidence in naval supremacy and technological progress. Eurydice represented everything the Royal Navy stood for: tradition, competence, and the ability to train young men who would maintain British power across the globe. The disaster generated extensive investigation and soul-searching about safety procedures, ship design, and the wisdom of carrying full sail in waters known for sudden weather changes. But no amount of analysis could restore the lives lost, or explain why fate had chosen to strike so close to journey's end. The wreck was located in relatively shallow water, making salvage possible, though difficult due to the ship's inverted position. Some bodies were recovered and given proper burial, but many remained trapped within the hull, creating an underwater tomb that would influence subsequent supernatural accounts. Within months of the disaster, reports began circulating about spectral sightings in the waters where Eurydice had capsized. Witnesses described seeing a full-rigged frigate sailing through conditions where no physical vessel could operate, often moving against wind and current in ways that violated every principle of seamanship. The accounts came from credible sources, including naval officers, merchant captains, and local fishermen who had no reason to fabricate supernatural encounters. Prince Edward, future King of England, reportedly witnessed the ghostly ship during a sailing expedition near the Isle of Wight, describing the experience as deeply unsettling. What made these sightings particularly compelling was their consistency across multiple witnesses who had no knowledge of each other's experiences. The phantom ship always appeared as a fully rigged frigate, moving under sail, often in weather conditions that would have prevented normal sailing operations. Skeptics proposed rational explanations, including atmospheric mirages, optical illusions caused by unusual light conditions, or psychological responses to suggestion from people who knew about Eurydice's tragic fate. But the sightings continued for decades, reported by observers who claimed no prior knowledge of the disaster. The persistence of supernatural accounts may reflect the psychological impact of a tragedy that seemed to violate natural order by occurring so close to safety after months of successful ocean crossing. The sudden transformation from homecoming celebration to mass death created emotional resonance that transcended rational explanation. Modern meteorology has confirmed that the Solent experiences sudden weather changes that can catch vessels unprepared, validating the conditions that destroyed Eurydice, while explaining why the area continues to challenge sailors despite technological advances in weather forecasting and ship design. HMS Eurydice rests today beneath waters that still generate sudden squalls capable of overwhelming unwary vessels. Her wreck serves as both historical artifact and navigational hazard, marked on charts that warn mariners about the dangers of assuming that familiar waters remain forever safe. The ghost ship sightings have diminished in recent decades as traditional sailing vessels disappeared from the Solent, but occasional reports still emerge from sailors who claim to see something that doesn't match any physical vessel in the area. Whether these represent genuine supernatural encounters or psychological responses to a tragedy that refuses to fade from collective memory, they ensure that Eurydice's story continues to influence how people understand the relationship between past and present. The sea remembers every ship that challenged its authority, every crew that trusted experience against forces that operate beyond human prediction. HMS Eurydice's legacy endures as a reminder that the ocean recognizes no distinction between peacetime and war, showing equal indifference to human plans regardless of how close to safety they might appear. No scattered lifeboats washing up on distant shores to tell the tale of what happened when 129 British sailors vanished into the Arctic ice in 1845. For over 150 years, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror remained among the most complete disappearances in maritime history. Two state-of-the-art vessels swallowed so thoroughly by the frozen wilderness that they became legends before they became archaeological discoveries. The absence of evidence created a mystery that consumed generations of explorers, investigators, and storytellers who tried to imagine what horror could erase an entire expedition so completely from the world of the living. How do two heavily equipped naval vessels carrying enough supplies for 3 years and commanded by Britain's most experienced Arctic explorer simply vanish as if they had sailed beyond the edge of the Earth itself? The answer lies buried in ice that preserves everything while revealing nothing in a landscape so hostile to human life that it transforms ambition into catastrophe with mathematical precision, leaving survivors to make choices that challenge every assumption about civilization and survival. The Franklin expedition represented the pinnacle of British confidence in technology's ability to overcome natural obstacles that had defeated explorers for centuries. Sir John Franklin commanded a mission that embodied Victorian certainty that proper planning, advanced equipment, and British determination could solve any geographical puzzle, including the legendary Northwest Passage that promised to revolutionize global trade. HMS Erebus and HMS Terror were no ordinary exploration vessels, but rather floating fortresses designed specifically for polar conditions that had destroyed dozens of previous expeditions. Originally built as bomb vessels capable of withstanding artillery bombardment, they had been extensively modified with reinforced hulls, auxiliary steam engines, and heating systems that should have enabled survival in the world's harshest environment. The ships carried provisions calculated to sustain 199 men for at least 3 years, including thousands of cans of preserved food, tons of flour, salt pork, and other supplies that represented cutting-edge food preservation technology. Each vessel housed a library of over 1,000 books, scientific instruments for geographical and magnetic observations, and even entertainment provisions including a hand-cranked organ for maintaining crew morale during the endless Arctic night. Franklin himself brought unparalleled experience to the mission, having previously led overland Arctic expeditions that had mapped thousands of miles of previously unknown coastline despite conditions that killed many of his men. At 59, he was older than most expedition commanders, but his reputation for persistence and survival in impossible conditions made him the obvious choice for Britain's most ambitious polar venture. The expedition departed England in May 1845 with fanfare appropriate for a mission expected to achieve one of geography's greatest prizes. Public attention focused on the technological marvels that would enable British sailors to succeed where others had failed, while newspapers confidently predicted that Franklin would return in triumph with maps of the completed Northwest Passage. The last confirmed sighting came from whaling vessels in Baffin Bay during July 1845, where Erebus and Terror appeared to be making excellent progress toward Lancaster Sound and the maze of Arctic islands where the Northwest Passage supposedly lay hidden. Franklin's officers seemed confident and well prepared, their ships properly provisioned for the challenges ahead. Then silence descended like Arctic night that never ends. For 2 years, the absence of communication raised no serious alarm since Arctic expeditions routinely lost contact with civilization for extended periods. Ice conditions, weather, and the vast distances involved made regular correspondence impossible, while successful completion of the Northwest Passage might require several years of careful navigation through uncharted waters. But by 1847, concern began mounting as Franklin's supplies should have been running low, while no word had reached whaling vessels or Hudson's Bay Company outposts about the expedition's progress. The Admiralty commissioned search expeditions that multiplied as years passed, without any trace of the missing ships or their crews. The first breakthrough came through testimony from Inuit communities who described encounters with strange white men dragging boats across the ice in conditions no human should have been able to survive. These accounts spoke of gaunt figures moving south across King William Island, their behavior increasingly erratic as starvation and cold took its toll. In 1859, a search party discovered a note deposited in a stone cairn that provided the only written record of the expedition's fate. The message, dated April 25, 1848, revealed that both ships had been trapped in ice for over 18 months, while Franklin and several crew members had already died. The surviving men, under command of Captain Francis Crozier, had abandoned their vessels and were attempting to reach safety on foot. The note's stark language concealed a horror story that would emerge gradually through archaeological discoveries and Inuit oral history. By April 1848, the Franklin expedition had transformed from scientific mission into survival nightmare, where civilization's rules no longer applied, and death became a constant companion that followed the survivors across hundreds of miles of frozen wasteland. Forensic analysis of human remains discovered along the presumed escape route revealed evidence that confirmed the most disturbing aspects of Inuit testimony. Cut marks on bones indicated that survivors had resorted to cannibalism, consuming their dead shipmates in desperate attempts to maintain strength for the impossible journey toward salvation that would never come. These discoveries challenged Victorian sensibilities about British character and seamanship, creating controversies that persisted for decades as investigators struggled to reconcile heroic narratives about Arctic exploration with evidence of desperate men reduced to behaviors that civilized society considered unthinkable. Modern research has identified multiple factors that contributed to the expedition's destruction, beginning with environmental conditions that exceeded even Franklin's extensive experience with Arctic survival. The ships became trapped during an unusually severe period when ice conditions made escape impossible for multiple consecutive years. Lead poisoning from poorly soldered food cans likely impaired judgment and physical capabilities as the expedition's situation deteriorated. Analysis of crew members' remains revealed lead levels that would have caused neurological damage, potentially explaining increasingly poor decisions as the disaster unfolded. Scurvy, tuberculosis, and other diseases ravaged men whose immune systems were compromised by cold, poor nutrition, and psychological stress that mounted as their situation became obviously hopeless. Medical supplies, while extensive by 1840s standards, proved inadequate for treating conditions that developed during prolonged exposure to extreme cold and isolation. The psychological dimensions of the Franklin expedition's fate may have been as devastating as physical hardships. Men trained for naval discipline found themselves in circumstances where traditional authority structures became meaningless, where survival required abandoning moral principles that had governed their entire lives. Inuit accounts describe encounters with men who seemed to have lost touch with reality, stumbling across the ice while carrying absurd loads of silver cutlery and other items that reflected their inability to distinguish between valuable and worthless possessions when survival depended on traveling light. The discovery of HMS Erebus in 2014 and HMS Terror in 2016 provided physical evidence that confirmed some theories while raising new questions about exactly how the ships became trapped and why escape proved impossible. Both vessels were found in remarkably good condition, preserved by Arctic waters that act as natural refrigerators. Erebus rests in relatively shallow water off King William Island, her structure largely intact, despite over 170 years beneath the surface. Artifacts recovered from the wreck include personal possessions, navigational instruments, and ship fittings that provide insight into daily life aboard the vessel during its final years. Terror, discovered over 50 miles away in Terror Bay, shows even better preservation, with many interior spaces remaining accessible to archaeological investigation. The ship's position suggests she was sailed to her final location rather than drifting there, indicating that some crew members remained alive and capable of navigation long after the expedition was officially abandoned. The separation of the two vessels raises questions about why they became divided and whether different groups of survivors pursued separate escape strategies. The distance between wreck sites suggests deliberate decisions rather than random drifting, implying that some expedition members retained hope and navigational capability far longer than previously assumed. Modern exploration of both wrecks continues to yield artifacts that illuminate the expedition's final phases, while raising new mysteries about how 129 men could vanish so completely from such well-equipped vessels. Personal items suggest orderly abandonment rather than panic, while the ship's positions indicate careful seamanship even under desperate circumstances. The Franklin expedition's fate represents more than just another Arctic disaster, but rather a fundamental confrontation between human ambition and natural forces that operate according to no human schedule. The Northwest Passage that Franklin sought to chart would eventually be navigated, but only after technological advances that made his expedition's equipment seem primitive by comparison. The ice remembers everything while revealing nothing according to any human timeline. HMS Erebus and HMS Terror rest beneath waters that preserve their secrets until changing climate conditions permit recovery of evidence that may answer questions about leadership, survival, and the precise sequence of decisions that transformed scientific mission into tragedy. The Franklin expedition endures as a reminder that the Arctic recognizes no human authority and responds to no amount of preparation or determination with anything resembling mercy. It remains a place where ships and men can disappear so completely that they become legends before they become archaeological sites, where the boundary between civilization and survival dissolves in temperatures that make human life itself an act of defiance against forces that existed long before humans learned to build ships. The Northwest Passage that Franklin died seeking has since been navigated by vessels equipped with technologies he could never have imagined, but the Arctic itself remains unchanged, vast, indifferent, and capable of erasing any trace of human presence with the same mathematical precision that governs ice formation and tidal movements. In depths that preserve everything while explaining nothing, the Franklin expedition continues its eternal voyage through waters that remember every human ambition they have consumed, every ship they have claimed, every story they have transformed from triumph into tragedy through the simple application of cold that never relents and ice that never forgives. The storm built quietly through the afternoon of November 10, 1975, gathering strength across Lake Superior's vast expanse, while SS Edmund Fitzgerald steamed eastward with 26,000 tons of iron ore and 29 souls who had no idea they were sailing toward the most famous maritime disaster in Great Lakes history. The weather seemed manageable, the kind of rough conditions that experienced lake sailors navigated routinely during shipping season's final weeks. Within hours, that deceptive calm would explode into hurricane-force winds and towering waves that would claim the largest freighter ever built for the Great Lakes, taking her entire crew into depths so cold that Lake Superior never gives up its dead. What force could destroy a 729-foot vessel so quickly that 29 experienced sailors couldn't send even a brief Mayday call before vanishing forever into the icy darkness? The answer lies hidden beneath waters that guard their secrets with the tenacity of a frozen grave, in a lake that operates according to rules that make the ocean seem forgiving by comparison. SS Edmund Fitzgerald embodied everything impressive about Great Lakes shipping during the prosperous decades following World War II, when American industrial might demanded efficient transportation for the raw materials that fed steel mills across the Midwest. Launched in 1958, she represented the pinnacle of freshwater naval architecture, a floating monument to engineering confidence that earned her the nickname Queen of the Lakes. At 729 feet in length, Fitzgerald was longer than many ocean-going vessels, but her design reflected the unique challenges of Great Lakes navigation. She featured a distinctive profile with a forward pilot house, a long cargo section punctuated by hatches that could be opened to load ore pellets, and an engine room positioned aft to maximize cargo capacity. Captain Ernest McSorley commanded Fitzgerald with the authority of a man who had spent decades learning Lake Superior's moods and temperament. At 63, he was one of the most experienced masters on the lakes, having navigated through countless storms that would have challenged mariners on any ocean. His crew of 28 reflected similar experience levels, seasoned sailors who understood that the Great Lakes demanded respect despite their freshwater designation. The shipping route between Superior, Wisconsin and Detroit represented one of the most economically important waterways in North America, carrying iron ore that became steel in furnaces that powered American manufacturing. Fitzgerald had completed this run hundreds of times without serious incident, establishing a reputation for reliability that made her a favorite among shipping company executives. November 1975 marked the end of shipping season, when lake freighters made their final runs before winter. Ice closed navigation until spring. The pressure to complete deliveries before freeze-up often led captains to accept weather conditions they might avoid during other times of year, creating circumstances where routine voyages could become survival challenges. On November the 9th, weather reports indicated a significant storm system developing over the Canadian prairies, but initial forecasts suggested that Fitzgerald could complete her run before conditions became dangerous. McSorley decided to proceed on schedule, accompanied by another large freighter, Arthur Anderson, whose captain, Bernie Cooper, would provide crucial testimony about Fitzgerald's final hours. The storm intensified faster than meteorologists predicted, escalating from moderate gale warnings to hurricane-force conditions within hours. By afternoon of November 10th, winds exceeded 60 miles per hour, while waves built to heights that challenged even the largest lake freighters. Lake Superior was demonstrating why sailors called it the most dangerous of the Great Lakes. Radio communications between Fitzgerald and Anderson documented the deteriorating conditions as both vessels struggled through seas that were becoming increasingly violent. McSorley reported damage to his ship's topside equipment, including the loss of radar antennas and railings, but his voice remained calm and professional throughout their conversations. At approximately 7:10 p.m., McSorley transmitted his final message to Anderson's captain: "We are holding our own." The words carried no hint of panic or immediate danger, suggesting that Fitzgerald's crew remained confident in their vessel's ability to handle the extreme conditions they were experiencing. Minutes later, Anderson's radar operator noticed that Fitzgerald's signature had disappeared from his screen. Attempts to raise the ship by radio received no response, though Cooper initially assumed that communication equipment had failed rather than considering more serious possibilities. When continued radio calls went unanswered, Anderson's crew began scanning the darkness with searchlights while Cooper alerted Coast Guard stations about the missing vessel. But Lake Superior's November fury made search operations nearly impossible, with waves so large that rescue craft couldn't safely operate in conditions that had already claimed one major vessel. The search that followed involved multiple Coast Guard cutters, aircraft, and commercial vessels that braved dangerous conditions to look for survivors or wreckage that might explain what had happened to Fitzgerald. But the lake yielded nothing initially. No lifeboats, no debris fields, no evidence that a 709-foot ship and 29 men had ever existed. Days later, scattered pieces began washing ashore along Lake Superior's remote coastline. Life preservers, pieces of decking, and twisted metal fragments confirmed that Fitzgerald had been destroyed, but provided no clues about how such a massive vessel could have been overwhelmed so quickly. The discovery of Fitzgerald's wreck came weeks later, when sonar operators located two large sections of the ship resting on Lake Superior's bottom, approximately 17 miles northwest of Whitefish Point. The vessel lay broken in half, with her bow and stern sections separated by considerable distance, indicating that catastrophic structural failure had occurred. Underwater exploration revealed damage patterns that supported multiple theories about Fitzgerald's destruction while eliminating others. The ship had clearly broken apart on the surface rather than suffering gradual flooding, but the exact cause of the structural failure remains subject to intense debate among maritime investigators. One widely accepted theory suggests that Fitzgerald suffered catastrophic hull failure due to the combined stresses of heavy cargo loading and extreme wave action. The ship's design incorporated structural elements that could fail under conditions that exceeded design parameters, potentially causing rapid flooding that overwhelmed pumping capacity. Another possibility involves Fitzgerald striking an uncharted shoal that damaged her hull below the waterline. Lake Superior contains numerous underwater obstacles that don't appear on navigation charts, creating hazards that even experienced captains couldn't anticipate. Bottom damage could have led to progressive flooding that compromised the ship's structural integrity. The rogue wave theory has gained support from researchers who study Lake Superior's unique ability to generate massive waves that appear without warning during severe storms. A single wave exceeding 35 feet in height could have struck Fitzgerald with sufficient force to break her back, explaining the rapid sinking and absence of distress calls. The cultural impact of Fitzgerald's loss extended far beyond maritime circles when Canadian singer-songwriter Gordon Lightfoot immortalized the tragedy in The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, a haunting ballad that introduced millions of people to the story while establishing the disaster as part of American folklore. The song's lyrics captured both the specific details of Fitzgerald's final voyage and the broader themes of human vulnerability when confronted with natural forces that operate beyond technological control. Lines like, "The lake, it is said, never gives up her dead," became part of Great Lakes mythology, while ensuring that Fitzgerald's story would endure in popular culture. Modern investigation of the wreck site continues to yield new information about the disaster, while raising additional questions about exactly how Fitzgerald was destroyed. Advanced underwater photography has documented the condition of both hull sections, revealing details about the break pattern that help investigators understand the sequence of events leading to structural failure. The wreck site has been designated as a protected grave out of respect for the 29 crew members who remain entombed within the vessel. Diving is heavily restricted, though scientific expeditions occasionally visit the site to conduct research that might prevent similar disasters. In 1995, the ship's bell was recovered and replaced with a replica bearing the names of all 29 crew members who died in the disaster. The original bell now serves as a memorial in the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum, providing a tangible connection to the tragedy while honoring those who lost their lives. The questions surrounding Fitzgerald's destruction remain relevant as climate change affects Great Lakes weather patterns, potentially creating storm conditions that exceed historical parameters. Modern freighters carry sophisticated weather routing equipment and emergency communication systems that should prevent similar disasters, but the fundamental equation remains unchanged. Ships operated by humans venture onto waters that follow no human schedule. Lake Superior continues to challenge vessels with the same indifference to human technology that destroyed Fitzgerald nearly 50 years ago. The lake operates according to physical laws that existed long before humans learned to build ships, preserving its victims in depths so cold that time itself seems frozen. SS Edmund Fitzgerald rests permanently beneath waters that remember every vessel they have claimed, every crew that has challenged their authority, every moment when human confidence encountered forces that recognize no technological superiority. Her story endures as a reminder that the Great Lakes, despite their freshwater designation, remain as dangerous as any ocean when weather conditions exceed the limits of human preparation and seamanship. The lake, it is said, never gives up her dead, preserving their stories in depths that speak to anyone willing to listen about the price of assuming that inland waters pose less danger than the open sea. In the cold, dark depths of Lake Superior, Fitzgerald continues her eternal voyage through waters that have claimed thousands of vessels while preserving the memory of every sailor who trusted their lives to ships that proved insufficient against forces older and more powerful than any human technology. The masts rise from Thames estuary waters like broken crosses marking an underwater grave, their rusted steel surfaces still bearing traces of wartime paint that has weathered 8 decades of salt spray and shifting tides. Beneath them, entombed in mud and time, rest 7,000 tons of explosives powerful enough to level everything within a 2-mile radius and send shockwaves across the English Channel. SS Richard Montgomery has been dead since 1944, but she refuses to rest quietly. The ship that became Britain's most dangerous underwater threat began life as another anonymous vessel in America's wartime production miracle. Liberty ship hull 442 rolled down the launching ways at St. John's River Shipbuilding Company in September 1943, one of 2,700 identical vessels built to ferry supplies across U-boat-infested Atlantic waters to armies fighting for Europe's liberation. Liberty ships represented industrial pragmatism over maritime elegance, welded steel hulls designed for rapid construction and single-voyage utility rather than decades of service. The Richard Montgomery embodied this philosophy perfectly, built in 42 days by workers who understood that speed mattered more than aesthetics when ships were being sunk faster than traditional shipyards could replace them. In August 1944, stevedores at Philadelphia Naval Shipyard loaded the Richard Montgomery with the kind of cargo that transformed merchant vessels into floating ammunition magazines. Her 5 holds received cluster bombs, fragmentation shells, phosphorus incendiaries, and high explosive rounds destined for Allied forces preparing the final assault on Nazi Germany. The manifest listed 6,127 tons of explosives, enough firepower to supply an entire army corps for weeks of intensive combat. Each item had been precisely manufactured, carefully inspected, and methodically loaded according to specifications that would ensure maximum destructive effect when deployed against enemy targets. Captain Charles Willey commanded a crew of experienced merchant mariners who understood the risks of carrying munitions across waters where German submarines still hunted Allied shipping. The Richard Montgomery represented a high-value target whose destruction would eliminate enough ordnance to supply hundreds of artillery batteries, making her voyage a calculated gamble against time and enemy action. The Atlantic crossing proceeded without incident, the ship maintaining convoy discipline through waters that had claimed thousands of vessels during 4 years of unrestricted submarine warfare. By late August, the Richard Montgomery had safely navigated the most dangerous phase of her journey and was approaching the Thames estuary, where Allied supply operations coordinated the flow of materials from America to Europe's battlefields. Disaster struck not from enemy action, but from the mundane hazards of coastal navigation in crowded waters. On August 20, 1944, while awaiting assignment to a berth at Sheerness, the Richard Montgomery ran aground on Montgomery Sands, a shifting sandbar that had claimed dozens of vessels over the centuries. Initially, the grounding seemed manageable, a routine mishap that salvage teams handled regularly in waters where tidal ranges and sandbanks created constant navigation challenges. Harbour authorities dispatched the steam tug Saucy to assist with refloating operations, confident that the Liberty ship could be freed with minimal difficulty. But the Richard Montgomery had grounded during high tide, and as water levels dropped, her hull settled unevenly across the sandbar, creating stresses that her welded construction couldn't withstand. The ship began breaking apart along her main deck, separating into bow and stern sections that would never sail again. Harbour Master Captain W.A. Beeching faced an unprecedented decision: attempt to salvage both ship and cargo, or evacuate the crew and abandon the vessel before her deteriorating structure triggered an explosion that could devastate the Thames estuary. Given the volatile nature of the cargo and the ship's compromised condition, he ordered immediate evacuation. Salvage crews managed to remove approximately 286 tons of munitions from accessible areas before structural damage made further operations too dangerous to continue. The remaining 6,400 tons of explosives went down with the ship when the forward section finally broke free and settled on the bottom, leaving only the stern section and 3 masts visible above the waterline. The Richard Montgomery had become something unprecedented in maritime history, a shipwreck that posed greater danger to surrounding communities than any vessel had while still afloat. The explosives she carried possessed sufficient power to create a blast comparable to a small nuclear device, capable of generating seismic shock waves, massive water displacement, and destruction that would affect millions of people living within range of the potential explosion. Initial plans called for complete munitions removal, but engineering assessments revealed that disturbing the deteriorating wreck structure could trigger the very catastrophe that salvage operations were meant to prevent. The explosives had become integrated with the ship's structure, surrounded by sediment that had accumulated over years of tidal action, creating a situation where intervention might prove more dangerous than benign neglect. Government authorities established an exclusion zone around the wreck, prohibiting vessel traffic from approaching within 500 meters of the visible masts that mark the Richard Montgomery's grave. Navigation charts carry special warnings about the munitions danger, while patrol boats maintain continuous surveillance to ensure that neither deliberate nor accidental interference disturbs the unstable wreck. For nearly 8 decades, the Richard Montgomery has remained exactly where she settled in 1944, monitored by government agencies that track her gradual deterioration, while calculating the probability that natural forces might eventually trigger spontaneous detonation. Seismic monitoring equipment detects every shift in the wreck structure, while marine archaeologists document changes in the hull's condition that might indicate increasing instability. The psychological impact of living near history's most dangerous shipwreck affects everyone within range of a potential explosion. Residents of Sheerness and surrounding communities exist with the knowledge that their safety depends on the structural integrity of a 1940s merchant vessel whose munitions could detonate without warning, creating destruction that would dwarf any previous maritime disaster. Some experts argue that 80 years of sedimentation have stabilized the explosives, encasing them in layers of mud that prevent the chemical deterioration that might make them sensitive to disturbance. Others contend that corrosion has compromised both ship structure and munitions integrity, creating conditions where even minor impacts could trigger catastrophic chain reactions. The debate reflects deeper uncertainties about how World War II era explosives behave after decades of submersion in saltwater environments. No precedent exists for predicting the long-term stability of such large quantities of munitions under conditions that were never considered during their manufacture and storage specifications. Modern computer modeling suggests that a complete detonation of the Richard Montgomery's remaining cargo would create effects visible from satellite imagery. A water column rising several hundred feet above the Thames estuary, seismic shock waves registering on instruments across Europe, and destruction extending far beyond the immediate blast radius. The explosion would likely trigger a tsunami that could reach London within hours, while the shockwave would shatter windows, collapse structures, and cause casualties throughout Kent and Essex. Economic disruption would affect international shipping through one of the world's busiest port systems, demonstrating how a single World War II relic continues to threaten 21st century commerce and security. Yet the Richard Montgomery remains undisturbed, her masts serving as monuments to the unresolved dangers that war leaves behind long after peace treaties are signed and victory parades conclude. She represents the ultimate ghost ship, not because of supernatural phenomena, but because her presence continues to haunt everyone who understands what lies beneath those rusted steel crosses rising from the Thames estuary. The ship embodies questions that transcend maritime safety. How long do the weapons of war remain dangerous after their conflicts end? What obligations do governments have to address threats that their predecessors created but never resolved? How do societies balance the risks of action against the consequences of inaction when faced with dangers that increase over time? SS Richard Montgomery forces these questions upon everyone within range of her potential destruction, serving as reminder that some ghosts carry more than memories. They carry the power to reshape the present according to decisions made when the world was at war and survival mattered more than consequences that might unfold decades later. The Thames estuary continues to flow around her broken hull, carrying commercial traffic past the most dangerous shipwreck in British waters, where time and tide slowly work toward a resolution that no human authority can predict or control.